We are live from the chamber. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the June 17th, 2024 Community and Public Services Committee meeting. I would like to start off this meeting by doing a land acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And at this time, I will do a roll call. Councillor Rice?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Knack?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette?
Good morning.
Good morning. Mayor Sohi? Not sure if he'll be joining us this morning. Next, I'll see with my colleagues who are joining us in person. Councillor Salvador?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans? Good morning. Good morning. Councillor Wright?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Rutherford? Councillor Cartmel? All right, roll call is done. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Rice, would you move adoption of the agenda, please?
Yes. So I move the Community and Public Service Committee here. There is no change for the agenda. So, right, that's just the June 17, 2024 Community and Public Service Committee meeting agenda being adopted.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Next, approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I'll move the adoption of the minutes from the May 21st, 2024 Community and Public Services Committee meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any errors or omissions? Hearing none, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Protocol items. I'm not aware of any protocol items this morning. Next, we will go to select items for debate. I'll ask my colleagues to please sign up to select items for debate. Councillor Knack?
There we are. We're on the board finally. Excellent. I will select. We have speakers on 7.1 and 7.2. And I do have a quick question on 9.1.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to select items for debate? Not seeing any.
I'll move all other items.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Rice?
And 9.1 I said was selected by Councillor Knack. Should
Correct.
not be on the list.
Oh, yeah, good point. I didn't see that. We will remove that from the list.
We're just revising the list. Councillor Paquette, can you confirm your vote?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Clerk Karbaszewski, would you please go over the items that have been already approved?
Thank you, Chair Principe. This morning, committee passed the recommendations in the following report without debate. Item 7.3, Bylaw 20801, bylaw amendments to address the sale of OC spray.
Thank you. Next, we will go on requests to speak. Councillor Knack?
Oh, yes, here we go. Request to speak. So I will move that Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. On item 7.1, we have Marlena Wyman, Patrick Ayres-Pilon, Devin Beggs, and on 7.2, we have Susan McGee and Scarlett Bjornson.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Request for a specific time on agenda. That item has been approved already, so we will not need to vote on that. Councillor inquiries? None. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. Unfinished business, or sorry, request to reschedule reports, not necessary. It's already been dealt with at the June 11th, 12th City Council meeting. Unfinished business, none. Public reports. We are on to our first public report, item 7.1. Oh, sorry, actually, yeah, 9.1 is actually our first item of business, which is a private report.
So I will move, sorry for everyone getting settled down, I do have to move that we'll go into private subject to sections 17 and 24, disclosure harmful to personal privacy and advice from officials of Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. So at this time, we'll be moving into private. I'll just ask our guests that are sitting here, if you don't mind, we'll ask you to step out for a short time. Well, I anticipate it to be a short time. It shouldn't be too long. And you'll be invited back in when we go back into public. Thank you.
Doors are open.
Thank you. We are back in public. I will go to Councillor Knack to move the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, and I should actually just have the wording up in front of me. So I will move that the June 17th, 2024 Office of City Clerk report remain private pursuant sections to 17 and 24 of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. And then number 2, that the Community and Public Services Committee recommend to the August 20th, 2024 City Council, A, that the actions in attachment 1 of the June 17th, 2024 Office of City Clerk report be approved, B, that the June 17th, 2024 Office of City Clerk report and attachments 2 and 3 remain private pursuant to sections 17 and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection and Privacy Act. Letter C, that attachment 1 of the June 17th, 2024 Office of City Clerk report remain private pursuant to section 29 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Would anyone like to speak to it? Not seeing anyone wanting to speak to it, I'll just ask committee members to vote, please.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Item 9.1 is done. Now we are going on to item 7.1. We will just have to wait for the delegation to return back. And once they do, we will start with the presentation. We are just waiting at this point for the speakers to come back into chambers. I'll let you know when you can start your presentation. Thank you. All right, so I will ask the delegation, actually, I'll just go over the procedure here. Administration or delegation may provide opening remarks or a presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and then flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you are participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you are experiencing technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it is your turn to speak. And in the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. All right, so now I will pass it over to the delegation from the Edmonton Arts Council to make your presentation, please.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Hello, everyone, and thank you for allowing the Edmonton Arts Council an opportunity to bring you an update on our work through Connections and Exchanges. It's hard to believe, but we've reached a halfway point of Connections and Exchanges. Launched in 2019, Connections and Exchanges, a 10-year plan to transform arts and heritage in Edmonton, is the City of Edmonton's 10-year cultural plan. The plan seeks to infuse culture, arts, and heritage into every aspect of civic fabric, support cultural makers and interpreters, and grow Edmonton arts and heritage audiences. Next slide, please. Thank you. Before I go further, I probably should have introduced myself. My name is Shirley Cumdit, and I'm the Interim Executive Director of the Edmonton Arts Council. For those of you who may be unfamiliar with Connections and Exchanges, as we call it C&E, the plan consists of 3 ambitions or visions for Edmonton to achieve by 2029. The ambitions are further articulated with a series of 8 aims, tangible outcomes or changes that the plan strives to generate. Each of those outcomes is driven by the plan's 55 strategic actions to guide implementation efforts. Now that we are at the halfway point, we wanted to provide an update on our progress from the Edmonton Arts Council towards the implementation of C&E. Next slide, please. Although we provide detailed reports to Community and Public Service Committee of City Council on our progress each year, this is the first time we've been able to look back and celebrate the full range of our accomplishments broadly over the last 5 years. In 5 years, progress has been made on all 8 aims of the 10-year plan, with a demonstrated impact on over 3/4 of the 35 actions assigned to the Edmonton Arts Council, 24 directly and 11 shared. Next slide. One of the first changes we undertook was the development and implementation of a new portfolio of grant programs for artists and arts organizations, resulting in the investment of more than $14 million in grants funding per year in the local arts ecosystem. This included increased investment in equity-seeking artists via our Equity and Access Grant Program to a new record of more than $800,000 in 2023. Next slide. We also reorganized the EAC staff team to support a rapidly changing arts ecosystem, including the development of new positions in the area of research and impact to ensure evidence-based decision-making, an Indigenous Relations Advisor, and a Manager of Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Access, and expansion of the operational team. We did all of this while maintaining annual management and administrative costs under 10%, excluding program costs over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. COVID threw a wrench in everyone's plans and took us off course in the implementation of C&E, but our team managed a rapid response to lockdowns and restrictions, resulting in new programs and opportunities for artists and widespread community-based art programming, through both the EAC with our Green Shack shows and Festival in the Box parades, and the Artist Presentation Fund for COVID recovery provided by the city. Next slide, please. We implemented new technology systems to streamline granting with our Smart Simple program and launched a new website, allowing for improved access to EAC services and increased engagement with local arts events and the public art collection. Next slide, please. We created a longitudinal survey project to assess and respond to the needs of the arts community and the general public. And you can find the results of those surveys on our beautiful new website. Next slide, please. We partnered with the city, to develop a revised public art policy, which emphasizes the principles of public visibility and accessibility, diversity and inclusion, public art appreciation, and citywide impact. Our data indicates that about 85% of new projects are from underrepresented artists. Next slide, please. We improve services for artists and arts organizations via the newly rebranded Edmonton Arts Council shop and services in Churchill Square, including expanded pop-ups and events in collaboration with community groups and online ticketing integrated into the EAC website. Next slide, please. We were also very proud to be recognized with the Cultural Planning Award from the Creative City Network of Canada in 2022. This award recognizes a Canadian municipality that has developed, adopted, and implemented an excellent cultural plan with a process that demonstrates outstanding visionary leadership and best practices in cultural planning. The CCNC volunteer jury called the CNE Cultural Plan a shining star model and celebrated its innovative approach to engagement and measurement tools, as well as its creative way of working through a comprehensive and difficult project to navigate. Next slide, please. This concludes our brief presentation on the work that has been accomplished today. A few members of our team and I are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much for allowing us to present today.
And thank you very much for the presentation. I will now call for the speakers to come on down and the clerk will guide you to a seat. Marlena Wyman, Patrick Array-Pilon, and Devin Beggs, you're online, I see. We'll just do a sound check. Are you there, Devin?
I'm here, yes.
Hi there. Okay, you'll be the third speaker.
Thank you.
And I'll let you know when it's your turn.
Councillor Principe, is it possible for Patrick to be speaker one?
Yes, absolutely. So we'll go to you, Patrick. Please go ahead.
Sorry, that's my presentation. I don't know if you can get Patrick's presentation up there.
Good to go? All right, bonjour, good morning. I am an artist addressing you on behalf of the Ortona Armory Tenants Association, ODA. I have previously addressed this committee on December 4th regarding the Ortona Armory Arts Habitat Funding Agreement. Next slide. ODA is a proud member of the Edmonton Arts Council and of the Edmonton Heritage Council. Our arts community understands and appreciates the progress these two organizations have made on connections and exchanges. We congratulate the EAC and the EHC for being outstanding champions and leaders of the arts and our heritage. Next slide. However, it is unclear what Arts Hab's progress on connections and exchanges is. I have heard on different occasions from fellow artists and arts organizations how Arts Hab is distant from the communities they serve, yet they are tasked in creating a cultural infrastructure plan for our city. I have growing concerns regarding Arts Hab's transparency, accountability, governance, and capabilities in developing any kind of plan. Next slide. We can easily access the EAC's and the EHC's annual reports and financial statements on their websites. Arts Hab's annual reports and financial statements are nowhere to be found. Next slide. Arts Hab's 2023 annual report was scheduled to be presented in front of this committee today, but was rescinded at the June 12th City Council meeting. This diminishes oversight in Arts Hab's reporting and further clouds transparency. At this past City Council meeting, Councillor Tang mentioned that there are 3 organizations that oversee our connections and exchanges. Only 2 of them go to Council with annual reports. Arts Hab is now overseeing one of the city's major arts building, the Ortona. There ought to be consistency amongst all 3. Next slide. The EAC and the EHC offer membership with voting privileges, which allow for the democratic and transparent election of their respective board of directors. Next slide. From my understanding, Arts Hab does not have a discernible voting membership base other than their own board of directors. Arts Hab needs to update their governance structure for the sake of transparency and accountability. There should be more consistency amongst all 3 publicly funded organizations that oversee the connections and exchanges. Next slide. What is Arts Hab's progress on the cultural infrastructure plan? This initiative was born from data collected during the research phase of connections and exchanges. Repeatedly, stakeholders brought up issues around arts and culture space, such as a lack of venues, tenuous leases, and barriers to access. Next slide. Why are there tenuous leases being offered to artists and barriers to access at the Ortona? Arts Hab remains uncompromising and intransigent in misappropriating the purpose-built artist studio spaces at the Ortona as project studios that will be licensed for project-based term lengths up to 1 year only. To be clear, a project studio is no substitute for an artist studio, like an Airbnb is no substitute to housing. Next slide. We affirm that artists are the foundation of the arts in Edmonton. There is no thriving art scene without artists. The city spent $16 million on the Ortona, and the needs of artists are not being met. It's very disappointing that Arts Hab and the City of Edmonton had a hand in eliminating yet another community of artist studios in this city. Thank you for your attention, and I am available for questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I will be stopping at this point just to do a protocol item. We do have some guests here that have joined us. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Hi. Hi. Now, I understand you're the grade 2 class, right? Is your teacher's name? Grade 1? Grade 1 and grade 2? Oh, grade 1 and grade 2. Oh, my goodness. And your teacher's name, do you have 2 teachers or 1 teacher? Kyla Baxter. Hi. Welcome. And your school is Tevi Miller School? Yeah. And your counselor is Counselor Jans in Papasteo, Ward Papasteo. Welcome. Are you having fun today? Yeah. Oh, that's great. We're so happy to have you here. Yeah? Yeah, I thought there was going to be a question. How do I know? That's a very good question. You know what? Someone actually brought me a piece of paper that says it. So, yeah, it's as simple as that. That's how I know. but thanks for asking. Well, we're going to give you a round of applause. Thanks for joining us today. Yay. Have fun. Thank you for that. Okay, next we'll go to Marlena. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Council and future artists up in grade 1. I'm Marlena Wyman, an Edmonton artist, curator, writer, archivist, past historian laureate for the City of Edmonton, former artist tenant of the Ortona, and I participated in the Arts and Heritage Sector engagement sessions for the Connections and Exchanges Plan. My slides are timed, so if they are not moving forward at this point, can you please time them for about 10 seconds each? Thank you. So next slide and then 10 seconds each after that. These slides are of some long-term artist studio spaces in various locations around the world. I am what would be considered to be an established artist. I've been exhibiting for over 30 years and I'm represented by a commercial gallery in Edmonton. I am speaking to our concern regarding the short-term non-renewable studio licensing at the Ortona, which is symptomatic of the wider plight of Edmonton artists. I have met with Arts Habitat and I am perplexed by their unwillingness to moderate their plan of offering only short-term studios at the Ortona. I am also perplexed by their lack of understanding about the needs of artists. Allowing only short-term studios is disrespectful to artists as professionals and reinforces the perception that artists don't do real work. It takes time, labor, and expense to set up a studio only to have to reverse that a short time later. It can often take several years for an artist to complete a project only to be left stranded when it is partially complete. Arts Hab's defense that short-term studios would make space available for more artists may sound good superficially, but in reality this would actually increase the precarity that artists experience. Many artists are already in temporary, insecure spaces that they are able to find on their own, not because that's what they prefer, but because Edmonton is severely lacking in long-term affordable studio space. Arts Hab's further defense that an artist could remain in their studio if no one else wants it means that an artist would still have to scramble to potentially find another studio. Arts Hab is developing other artist studios in the downtown Jaffa building, and although this development is a welcome addition to much needed space, it is not a replacement for what the Ortona is ready and able to offer right now in an established, secure, city-owned building. At the very least, a hybrid situation could easily be accommodated at the Ortona for long-term and short-term space. In addition, Arts Hab space at Jaffa is in a more unpredictable leased situation, and the studio rental fee will be $18 per square foot, which is out of reach for many artists. We conducted an informal survey of artists asking about short-term versus long-term studios, and so far we've heard from 41 artists, and of those 40 expressed a strong need for long-term studio space, and I have some of their responses after if you're interested. Neither do short-term studios allow for an artist community to develop, which provides benefits not only to the artists in the Ortona, but also to the larger community of artists and to the public. A transient population of artists has less connection to the engagement in and care of place. In this world of increasing individualism, community matters. The turnover for short-term space also increases administration time and expense. I spoke with an artist in Vancouver who said, "It seems that one-year rentals are being offered so that administration can boost their statistics in quantity rather than quality, and say something like, 'We helped 100 artists to find studio space,' rather than focusing on what artists have been able to produce in art events, productions, exhibits, etc., when supported in a secure environment." This often happens. Organizations get wrapped up in their own processes and forget to look at who they serve. Many simply don't know the lived experience of the people who they should be supporting. Artists contribute greatly to the vibrancy, vitality, and richness of the human experience in our city. Also, through their largely underpaid or unpaid work, artists contribute to the economy of the city. We are having to spend precious time fighting for and advocating for our needs instead of making art. We need champions for artists. Artists have very little power by virtue of the system. The hierarchy of the arts means that the power lies with arts administration, and the nature of each administrator therefore dictates whether or not that power is allied. Artists are the foundation of this entire system, and the foundation is crumbling. There are many studies about the need for secure long-term studio space, and I will quote from a 2022 UK report by the Bartlett School of Planning, University College London. The stability of long-term studio provision is crucial for artists. Having a studio managed by a reputable and supportive provider reduces financial and psychological stress and is an antidote to the precarity of the lives of most artists. The studio is therefore at the heart of their livelihoods. Short-term leases and minimal provision do not therefore support the core needs of artists. If we value art, we must value artists. Thank you.
And thank you.
And I'm available for questions as well.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Next, we will go to Devin Beggs. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
All right. Good morning. My name is Devin Beggs. I am a professional artist who has been active in the Edmonton arts community for over 20 years. I have worked at many arts organizations here in town and was a core member of the Drawing Room Artist Run Center from its inception to its eventual demise due to a greedy landlord and a classic case of gentrification. We are now witnessing another case of gentrification, this time by Arts Hab and at the Ortona Artist Studios. $16 million have been spent to create these new artist studios in the Ortona, but as is my understanding, they did not do the most basic and important thing for studio building, which is putting in proper ventilation. This is needed so that artists can paint, sculpt, printmake, develop film, and draw in their studios. Since there will be a ban on using any chemicals in this building, what does Arts Hab think artists do when they are working in their spaces? Furthermore, the model of short-term rental studio spaces, hourly rentals, and a one-year non-renewable term limit on leases is not what artists need, want, or are looking for. Tight-knit communities are not supported through this short-term rental model, and it creates uncertainty for artists looking for a permanent space. This model is also what is driving the cost of administration for this new building into the stratosphere, raising rent far beyond what most artists would consider affordable. Having only a few spaces in the building that use this short-term rental model may work, as long as the majority of the spaces can be rented permanently and it doesn't require major administrative costs. In general, I am extremely disappointed with Arts Hab and the City of Edmonton for wasting this opportunity to add a great functional studio building that would serve the artists in our community for years to come. As it stands, I have no interest in having a space at the Ortona since I will not be able to paint or draw in the studios, and because I, like most artists, want to have an affordable and permanent space. Therefore, I would encourage Council to listen to artists and organizations like the Ortona Armory Tenants Association and follow their recommendations, instead of placing their trust in Julian Maine and Arts Hab. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. I will ask my colleagues to please sign up to ask questions of our speakers. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. So maybe we'll go to Patrick first. You made a number of assertions. I'll probably be double checking, but maybe you want to expand on them. And that is the governance differences between EAC, and EHC. And that caught my interest. So I was wondering if you can just talk about that a little bit more and what you would like to see.
So yes, from what I can understand and what is the available information from Arts Hab, is that there is no voting membership offered from this non-for-profit, publicly funded organization, whereas the Edmonton Arts Council and the Edmonton Heritage Council have broad voting membership that anybody, any Edmontonians can procure or just sign up for. There's no cost to it. And in doing so, they can participate in the democratic election of the board of directors of these organizations. Myself and Marlena went to the Edmonton Arts Council AGM last week, and it was fantastic. It was great to see such transparency, such accountability, and there was over 80 artists, I believe, in presence that were excited about this organization doing their annual reports. And so I think what would be nice to see, and I think this has to happen, is that the Arts Hab Society of Edmonton needs to provide voting memberships to Edmontonians abroad, or not abroad, at large, whether it be artists or arts organizations as well, as we all have a vested interest. And some of us are excited about the original mandate of Arts Habitat in providing affordable spaces for arts organizations and artists. But we don't feel that that's happening right now, and it hasn't happened for a while now. And so, yes. So I know that at the last committee meeting, there was a artist advisory committee for the Ortona that was struck, and I'm thankful for that. Unfortunately, there's only 2 meetings per year attributed to this advisory committee, and only 2 hours per year, which doesn't give us enough time to actually advise Arts Hab on the Ortona. And so those are my comments.
Okay, and just to be clear, that advisory committee has no voting or decision powers. It's just a place to bring concerns.
That's right. We can make recommendations that are brought forward to the board of directors of Arts Hab.
Okay, great. Thank you. Marlena, you talked something that you said caught my attention too. Your sort of musings that the short-term leases were to serve as a stats-based effort. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I actually hadn't thought about that until I went to Vancouver and I'm not sure if you're familiar with or have seen the City Centre Artists Lodge studios there. I spoke with one artist there, and what has happened there is that there's a nonprofit group who look at buildings that are about to be demolished in Vancouver and go and talk to the developer to see if artists can set up it there. So this was a motel that was going to be demolished and repurposed, and the developer said that they wouldn't be developing it for at least 5 years. So the artist felt 5 years was enough, and she said anything less would not be worthwhile going. And they partnered with a local mural art festival and painted the buildings and the pavement. And I advise you to look online to see the City Centre Artist Lodge studios, which is amazing. It looks beautiful. Their rental fees are much lower than market rate, and because it now has become an enlivened part of Main Street in Vancouver, it's become a tourist destination. Before it was an by-the-hour motel. We know what that means. The crime has left, the drug scene has left, and the City of Vancouver has offered the developer some easing of red tape for their other developments so that artist studio can stay in place longer. It won't be there forever, but there is hope that it will remain longer. And that is what artists are looking for, is a space where they can stay and work for a period of time so that they can get their work done. Some of the artists who we spoke to about this and who we did the survey for, I'll speak to one in particular who said, "I work almost every day and I have regular commitments. I need stability. Seriously, I cannot put myself in a precarious position ever again. I'm a serious artist and I require a safe, clean, stable area to work." And 1 year does not allow for that to happen. As you saw in some of the slides.
Sorry, I'm out of time.
My time is up. Okay, sorry.
Sorry, we can come back. Yeah, sorry about that.
It's my time that was up. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang?
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you all for coming forward and sharing your feedback. I think, Marlena, you touched on this, but maybe I'll ask Devin if you're still online.
Oh, yes, I'm here.
You mentioned that the current building for Ortona has no ventilation.
Correct.
And then, so I mean, that's part of the design and construction issue. I'm wondering if you've ever had the chance to provide that kind of feedback around the importance of such structure during the engagement phase.
No.
Okay.
And to be fair, I shouldn't have to provide that because that is, like I said, one of the most basic things that an artist studio needs, which is not ventilation, proper ventilation for things like paint, right? And so when they say, like, you can have a studio here, but you can't use any chemicals, it means you can't paint. Okay. And the idea that, like, this is an artist studio, but you can't paint or draw or sculpt in it is just, like, ridiculous to me. It shouldn't require engagement to know that.
Yeah,
in my
okay, I appreciate that. And then today's report, this is about progress on the 10-year plan overall. And I
yes.
can appreciate that all three of you are speaking to one particular aspect. Any thoughts or feedback on sort of the other aspect around, arts and heritage connection exchanges strategy?
I think this, I think the fact that we're here saying that we weren't engaged with when we're all established artists in town just shows you that, once again, like, your engagement process is flawed in some way. Can't say exactly which way it is. We've heard the same thing with like the zoning bylaw and the district plans that, city is doing everything it can to engage. But I've also, I feel like the engagement is, well, we bought ads on Facebook and Instagram. And I just don't think that's good enough.
Okay, thank you. I guess, Patrick, over to you. I mean, I've heard you speak very highly of kind of the experience on the rest of this plan. And I guess what you're hoping for is just more for all three organizations to have the same kind of level of accountability back. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. To me, it's common sense for arts organizations that are this involved in city implementations of plans, that they are accountable, transparent, that they provide their annual reports, and that they have a board of directors that is voted from a broad voting membership that is not just restricted to its board itself. And so I have really serious concerns about our infrastructure plan that Arts Hab is developing. As from what I've seen their work to be so far, I don't think it's up to snuff for the city.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that one out. I'll certainly ask delegation that after. And then finally, Marlena, in your many slides, a lot of them are of different cities, both abroad and elsewhere in Canada. Are those all long-term studios?
Yes, they are all long-term studios. That does not mean that they're going to last forever, because that is
Right.
a common problem with artists. Once they move into an area, it's revitalized, rents go up, artists can't afford it anymore, they're gone. So the hope is that they're long-term, but they are not necessarily. And I realize that I didn't properly answer Councillor Paquette's question about make statistics for organizations. And I did some more research on Arts Managed site. And what they say is that arts organizations are led and staffed by passionate insiders, which can leave them blind or blurry about everyone else. And because almost everyone in a leadership position at the organization is an insider, you can brainstorm all day without getting to the insights you need. The insights you need are not in that room. And that's where I think that they might be more concerned about statistics of how many artists are served by only allowing them 1 year, another bunch of artists come in per year, another bunch of artists come in per year. It increases their statistics, and perhaps
Right.
that's more their focus rather than serving the artists.
Thank you. In the last 20 seconds, in the survey, you said of around 40 people. Are those all folks kind of past or currently affiliated with Ortona, or kind of within the same circle, or are they random sample?
It's random because we know a lot of artists in the city, and I've been around in the arts circle
Mhm.
for a long time. It's some Ortona artists, but it's mostly artists just from around the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. At this time, I would like to welcome some new guests here today. Hi, everyone. Hi. And I understand that you are all from Tevi Miller Heritage School, is that correct? Yeah, and your teacher is Ms. Grindy? Okay, well, and your counselor that represents you is Counselor Jans, Ward Papasteo. You want to wave hi? Did he already come and talk to you? Wow, well, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Are you having fun? Yeah, well, I'm glad that you could join us today and watch a part of our process. We really like to get the opportunity to hear from folks coming to speak and letting us know what their thoughts are. So I'm glad you can join us. Thank you so much for being here. All right, back to the list. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks to all the speakers for being here and sharing some of your feedback and concerns with us today. I might just go to Patrick as well. I'm really trying to get a better understanding of what the engagement process has looked like. I mean, you mentioned that an artist advisory committee was struck, but just help me understand, what types of recommendations were brought forward, maybe how those were received by the board, and what that back and forth or dialogue looked like.
Yeah, so we had our first meeting, I believe, the last month. And since it's just an hour, there's not much we could actually do. After the staff reported or justifying their operation, all that we could actually really talk about was to ask for more meetings and for longer meetings. And so haven't had a response back from ArtsHab about that. The other artists did have some good comments about, the short-term studio model. As one artist mentioned that, what if you get an Edmonton Arts grant and then your project is for a year, but you haven't finished that project within a year, and you've got an extension for 6 months from the grant, from the EAC. Would you be able to get an extension with a studio? And so from what is outlined or what is set out with ArtsHab, these project studios are up to a year. And so there's lack of flexibility. And I believe that it should be a choice of the artist as far as the term length of their artist studio space and not up to administration. And so that's some of the feedback, but we weren't able to create any recommendations because we ran out of time. And previously to this advisory committee meeting, we did have 2 years of consultation with ArtsHab and the City of Edmonton back in 2018 and 2019 when we were still in the Ortona. And to me, it was very, it was an exasperating process. And to see what is in place now is a betrayal of our consultation that we had with the city and ArtsHab. Whatever was promised is not reflected within the current plan to manage the Ortona. And so we're very disappointed in this. And in particular, the short-term model, that was never discussed. That was never on the radar. And so that is a surprise. And we're dumbfounded, as most artists are in the city, as we don't need project studios, we need artist studios, and more of them that are secure and stable for artists in the city.
That's really helpful. Thank you so much for that context, and I can follow up on some of those. Maybe just to shift gears a little bit, you did mention that you had attended the Arts Council AGM.
Yes.
And sounded like it was a positive experience. Just wondering, given the focus of today's report, do you have any further feedback on EAC in particular and some of the work that they're doing to broadly support artists in the city?
I think the EAC is doing a wonderful job in the city. They support artists through the grant system. They support arts organizations through various programs. I think the Edmonton Arts Council is a very valuable organization to the city. Not all cities in the world have this. And so I think we're very lucky and privileged to have the Edmonton Arts Council within the city doing all the hard work that they're doing, including we had a great conversation with the public art conservators that do amazing work that is unseen behind the scenes, and it's really encouraging that there's so many people at the Edmonton Arts Council that support artists and that love artists. And from how I feel is that there's love for artists from the Edmonton Arts Council, and there's love for the Edmonton Arts Council from artists. And so that's really heartwarming.
That's really great to hear. And I mean, is it fair to say that part of that sort of reciprocal supportive relationship is because of the way that they are set up and the transparency that they have cultivated over the years?
Most definitely. And we could see that and we could witness it, and it was such a breath of fresh air to be at their annual general meeting and to see this process and to see, yeah, the excitement and the due process and the transparency, the accountability. That's how it should be. And so, you know, I really don't see how Arts Hab is on even levels here within this connections and exchanges.
Great, and I'll moderate myself. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thanks very much. Thanks to all of our speakers for being here today. I just wanted to get a sense, you know, Speaker Wyman, I think you flagged some really great examples of other facilities in other jurisdictions. And I'm just trying to understand what role the municipality is playing in those facilities. So I understood a bit in Vancouver, there were some, you know, potential tax breaks or other facilitation of development on other sites, but are any of these facilities owned by the municipality?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I don't think that I can answer that today. Most of these are run by not-for-profit groups in conjunction with city. I don't know whether or not city owns any of these cities own any of them, but I can find that out for you if you'd like me to get back to you.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. I mean, I think what I'm weighing, and it's a tricky one. Like I really hear the need for long-term studio space. That makes absolute sense to me, and I understand that's a need of artists. I think I'm also reflecting on how we use public buildings, and in some ways, I actually think, you know, maximizing the number of people who benefit from public investment is a logical proposition. Like I think that also makes sense. What are your thoughts there? Like I know it's sort of being seen negatively that it would bump up their numbers, but again, as a publicly owned building and something that we've invested significant public dollars in, I'm not sure that I see that as a negative.
Yeah, I understand that point of view, and that's why I recommend a hybrid model where there would be both long-term and short-term spaces. So you would have some artists, professional artists, who are able to consider and continue their careers, which are not hobbies, they are professions. And also, there is a natural ebb and flow with long-term studios anywhere. It happened at the Ortona as well, where there were artists who left for whatever reason. They were moving, they had other reasons, and other artists could come in. So one thing that I found shocking was when we were speaking to Arts Hub about this, they referred to not wanting to have the Ortona like the Harcourt Studio where there are lifers. And to me, that term lifers is insulting. It's a reference to criminals. And the fact that it is a periodic natural cycle and that it could accommodate both long-term and short-term, I think would be a good solution.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, I get that. Again, it's that tension too, you know, when artists are doing things professionally, you know, they're like, again, you know, the city doesn't necessarily provide public premises for private businesses, right? And I realize artists are very much in an in-between space. Again, they provide public benefit, provide public good, absolutely. But again, that's just a tension that I feel, to be honest, with that long term. And I appreciate your concern with the term, but again, just sort of like how we're, yeah, what the long term implications are, and how we're using our public facilities, I guess.
One of the ways to look at it is that that is one way that artists can be supported, because the way that artists' business model works is very different from the regular business economy of any kind of business. And so often what happens is that artists contribute to the economy of the city, but and there's a spin-off of what artists do with festivals and so forth that contributes to the city's economy as well as the businesses, but the artists rarely see that return so in dollars. So the fact that you could help artists in this way would be a way to manage that difference in business models.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's very, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Also with the rehabilitation of the Ortona, when we were meeting with them, when we've been meeting with Arts Hub, when we're here today, everyone has been paid except the artists. So everyone at the Ortona, and they should be paid, and everyone who was workers, or janitors, maintenance people, and so on, will continue to be paid. Artists are the ones who always end up at the bottom without the benefit of payment, and this is one way that the city could help artists in that way.
Okay, no, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I have appreciated this perspective, and I'll reflect on it further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I'll just ask a couple of questions, just to kind of wrap it up, just trying to get an understanding of the action items that you would like to see. I just want to get a full picture. And I know that I'll direct this to Patrick first. You had mentioned about the same governance. You'd like to see the same governance?
That's right, yes.
As EAC and EHC, and annual reporting to council?
Well, to council and also on their websites.
And publicly available.
Publicly available. Their annual reports should be publicly available. They should be accountable to the people that they serve.
Okay, and meaningful consultation, meaning that your input is actually actioned?
Yes, absolutely. That there's more than 2 hours a year where we can talk about art spaces.
Okay, and then infrastructure, maybe better design?
Well, I think to the point of Councillor Stevenson, I think there's a great opportunity in the city of Edmonton within its own infrastructure. As I was talking to an artist about the short-term businesses, they said, well, the city should just be doing more, providing more buildings for artists to have studio spaces. I think within the portfolio of the city, there's lots of opportunity where these vacant buildings are just staying vacant. Not that artists are cash cows, that we can provide high returns for the city, but we can cover the operations. We can cover the maintenance of the building. And so cutting the city's losses, let's say by taking over the power plant in Rossdale, that'd be a great space for artists to have studio spaces and to have community spaces as well, to have a hybrid system happen there. I think there's a lot of opportunity within the city, and unfortunately I don't think Arts Hub is the right organization to conduct a infrastructure cultural plan.
Okay, and then also a concern was the long-term lease and short-term lease.
That's right. Correct. We believe in a hybrid system, and so this was talked about at the at the community services or community and public services meeting that was about the Ortona the Arts Habitat funding agreement. Was that a hybrid system could be in order. And so when there is no compromise, that means that one party has no power. And the party that has no power in the situation with Arts Hub are the artists. Arts Hub is uncompromising and intransigent in their plans, while artists have no wiggle room whatsoever to negotiate with Arts Hub. And so that is a power imbalance right there. And who's out of power are the artists. And so Arts Hub should be able to compromise and have a hybrid system. I think that just makes sense.
Okay, great. Was there anything else that I missed that you wanted to see addressed?
That pretty much covers it. Yeah.
Okay, and then Marlena, was there anything else?
And I don't know if this is particular to your question, but I do know there are artists who are leaving Edmonton because there are no suitable studio spaces. They're going to other cities that do have suitable spaces and long-term leases. And also they're going to rural communities where they can afford to have work and live spaces.
Okay, thank you. And then also Devin Beggs, did you have anything else that you wanted to add? I know you were concerned about like the infrastructure design as well.
Yeah, just the ventilation. I would like more of an explanation about the ventilation situation because like I said, from my understanding, they won't be allowing any chemicals in the building. Therefore, people can't paint. But even something like clay, when it dries, it gets very dusty and you need proper ventilation for that. So I just would really like to know what they did in terms of ventilation, because to me it sounds like they didn't do it properly or up to code for artists.
Okay, great. Thank you everyone for sharing that. Since this item is actually on Edmonton Arts Council, we don't really have a delegation here for answering questions for Arts Habitat. So these are things that we can follow up on. And I don't see any other questions to our speakers. So thank you to our speakers for joining us today. Now we will go to questions to Edmonton Arts Council. I'll ask my colleagues to please sign up. Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So I like the 10-year plan. Looks good. And I guess I'm just wondering why the Arts Hub annual report was pushed to November.
Arts Hub and Edmonton Heritage Council all report separately from the Edmonton Arts Council, so we are only reporting on the Edmonton Arts Council's work on connections and exchanges. So I don't actually have, I can't speak to that.
Is there anyone who can?
Not, I don't think so, not from my group. I apologize.
Is there anyone from administration who can answer that question?
A memo is going to be sent to council. This is part of the work that council determined to move from a report in interest of governing their remaining time at council and committee for the remainder of the mandate.
Yeah. Okay. That was you. Who made that determination?
Council.
Council made the determination.
This was what was voted on
Yeah,
last
no,
week.
I understand. But what was the rationale given? It was just to manage time of this committee?
Not of, well, of this committee and for council meetings. It was the idea that getting really judicious around the kinds of reports for information and reports requiring decision.
Yep. Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, well, I think there are a lot of questions on the Arts Hub governance model and some of the choices, because I remember that we talked about this and we made some accommodations with the thought that there would be collaboration, and it sounds like there hasn't been at all. I'm a little concerned about that.
Yeah, with neither Julian Main nor Mr. Ken Chapman available to speak from the Arts Hub, I'm unable to make comment.
Yeah. Okay, well, can we comment on the governance structure?
I would not be
the person to... Would that be up to each individual organization to determine their own governance structure?
I would have to look at each of the granting agreements to see what each is required to do.
Okay, because we got the 10-year plan from EAC, so how did they settle on their governance structure?
At different times, it's my understanding that council has made motions that have required different organizations to come and report to them.
Okay, thank you. That is very helpful. Okay, well, since we're not actually dealing with Art Hubs today, but there is a lot of questions. I actually don't have a lot of questions on the 10-year report because it's fantastic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciated the report, and I'll have a few questions. So I appreciated reading about the ways that EAC has been supporting artists throughout the pandemic. I'm just wondering if you can provide some context around how that recovery is coming along. I think we've seen in other sectors that recovery has been fairly slow and gradual. What are we hearing from artists?
Yes, thank you. We had assumed that when the pandemic was kind of wrapping up a little bit that we would be able to see a recovery in the arts in about 3 years. And then that kind of got pushed to 5. And now we're looking at it's going to be about a 10-year recovery for our artists and arts organizations to recover from the pandemic. We are seeing slow increase, but there are other things that are impacting, like the inflation costs, et cetera, for organizations and whatnot. So we are seeing a large increase in applications. As you all know, our funding is flat, so our success rates are starting to decrease, which isn't great for us, but be assured that our funding does go out to, all of our funding goes out to the artists, as you know. We had 1,000 applications recently for our individuals and collectives grant application, and our success rate was 25% on that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's helpful. And I guess, knowing that recovery period might be longer than initially anticipated, I guess what does that mean for the back half of implementing connections and exchanges? We're 5 years in, partway through. How is EAC sort of adapting and shifting with that new reality around a bit of a more prolonged recovery?
That's great that you've asked that question. We're actually, with the 5-year update that we've just done, we're now resetting ourselves and looking at all of the actions that the Edmonton Arts Council has been listed in, including the shared actions with ArtsEv and EHC. And we're in the process of putting together our operational plan for the next 2 years with this current budget cycle. So, we are seeing, as I mentioned earlier, the need is there, but we are confident that we will continue to make strides on connections and exchanges. There are some areas that we've kind of just kind of placed to the side for a little bit. Nothing that is going to actually impact the artists today. It's just a bit slower. We're just a little bit slower in doing the work that we wanted to do.
Okay, that's helpful and good to know that those conversations are happening. I might shift gears a little bit. So one of the things that I'm always curious about, there's so much that comes from sort of the intangible benefits and experiences that are created for Edmontonians through the arts. I'm also wondering, in helping tell that story and talk about the value and benefits of EAC and investment in arts and culture in our city, is any work being done around just quantifying the economic benefits as well? I know even through Explore Edmonton, I think they've done some work in that realm. Is EAC looking at doing some of that as well?
Yes. If it's okay, I'm going to ask my colleague Abby to speak on this, please.
For sure.
Abby?
Hello. My name is Abby Burbank. I'm a research analyst with the Edmonton Arts Council. And a few years ago, we did do an economic impact assessment for the arts in Alberta, just based on the funding that the EAC provided to different organizations. And I don't have the numbers just off the top of my head, but if that's something that you're interested in, we can definitely send you more information on it.
Sure. I think it's just kind of a complementary piece of information that can be really helpful in helping tell the story around why investments in the arts is so critical for the health and vibrancy and economic resilience of our communities. So thank you for that. I'll have one more question, but I'll come back for another round. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I probably would need a couple rounds, but for this one, I'll just focus on the report in front of us today. Yeah, thank you very much for that update, and very positive comments towards your organization from the speakers. I've personally heard many stories in the community, speaking to the good work you do. So thank you for being here. I was actually very interested in that question as well around the economic impact. It's been a while since I read Connections and Exchanges cover to cover, but can you just remind me, does the strategy speak to sort of the economic impact of arts? And are there tangible goals kind of set related to that? Shirley?
Yeah, no, I'm going to let Abby speak to that as well, please. Just one moment.
Yeah.
So Connections and Exchanges does have one of the main aims being the economic resilience of artists. So that is one of the things that we look for. In our annual survey projects, we do look at the incomes of artists and their ability to make a living wage. Economic impacts really don't tell the whole story when we're talking about the arts. And so we do look at some of those other ways to assess our economic aspects of things, including income levels, opportunities, performances outside of our market, networking, those kinds of things.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, please finish.
And I just have had the opportunity to pull up our old economic impact assessment, and we were able to use the kind of standard Stats Canada input-output model to run some of those numbers for the economic impact assessment, where we were able to see that that there were really significant amounts of impact that the arts provided economically just for Alberta alone.
Are you able to just provide like a range of that? Just since we're, this is a public discussion, I think it's valuable for folks to just get a sense of how critically important, arts is important for us in so many different ways, but one that's not talked about enough, in my opinion, is the economic impact. Can you just give us a sense of, like, what are we talking about?
I just want to double check my numbers before I provide anything to you.
And I can certainly come back. And I think that report you had mentioned, I certainly would be interested in that. So, and if it's publicly available on your website, I can just maybe find it myself. But if you can let us know, that would be great. I guess, you have 55 actions. I imagine during the pandemic, a lot of those were delayed. How many, can you speak to sort of like how many of that have been delayed and now you're kind of picking that back up again?
Well, as I mentioned in my report, EAC is listed in 35 of the 55 actions, and we have made progress in a large percentage of that. I think about 75% of our actions we've made some progress on. We've reported on 24 actions to City Council, and yes, the pandemic definitely had an impact on the work that we had planned when we started this plan in 2019. But again, as I reported earlier, we pivoted a little bit with the rapid response of our team was working. There wasn't a break for us at all. We were back at it. We started with community programming and things like that. The rapid response, the grant with the Artist Presentation Fund to support for-profit businesses where artists were being paid to present in for-profit businesses. So that was a great partnership for us. That was the first time we've done that.
I'm almost out of time. Okay. When was the last time you reported on the progress of this plan? And when's the next one?
We report every year. So every spring we report to CSPC, and this year we just did a 5-year update.
Okay. And it's always you leading the presentation, hey?
Well, in the past it's been Sanjay, but Sanjay has just left, and I'm currently stepping in as the interim executive director. And we have a
but in the EAC.
Yes.
Anyways, I am done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to go back to Ms. Flaman in regards to the reports that were rescinded from the June 11th council meeting. But in the report there, and this was a question that I think a number of us had, is how these reports and that were being taken care of. So there was a 2023 Arts Habitat annual report that was to be rescinded, but it was my understanding that they were being taken care of in other ways, whether through a memo or...
Yeah, that's correct. A memo will be coming
to
council that will have the Arts Habitat 2023 annual report attached.
Okay, so it's
We'll
not,
also take the opportunity to answer some of the questions that are being flagged today regarding governance and transparency. We'll work with Julian Main to compose that response.
okay, I just wanted to make it clear that it hasn't been forgotten or pushed aside. It's
Not at all.
We're still,
No.
okay.
Yeah, rescind, I guess, is a terrible word. But we are reworking calendars and ensuring that the information comes to you in a different format.
Okay, perfect. And then we can follow up from there. Anything. Okay, that's all I wanted to just confirm. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. Now, understanding that the speakers that came out have their perspective, and the perspective may not be the whole community, but it is it's a valid perspective about the desire to have a hybrid system and things like that. But it sounds like they're not going to get there at all without some kind of council intervention. And I'm just wondering, do we find the Edmonton Arts Council model of governance to be a successful one?
Councillor Paquette, is that question directed at me for the Edmonton Arts Council?
Well, okay, sure. Does it work for you?
Yes, I'm happy to answer that question from the Edmonton Arts Council. I think our model is wonderful. I mean, we are governed by a board of directors from the community, both artists and professionals, and we report back to the community. We're very transparent. We're very open, as you know. And we did, in the last 10-year plan, previous to Connections and Exchanges, was where Edmonton Heritage Council emerged from, and they've taken on a similar structure of operations and reporting, much like the Edmonton Arts Council.
Okay, so are there drawbacks to your governance model? Like, do you ever sit there as a group and say, hey, it'd be easier if we just cut out the general public here?
I mean, I think any organization will have challenges. In whatever model you have, I don't think there's drawbacks to it. I think it works well. I've been with the Edmonton Arts Council for 18 years, so I think we do good work, and I think we're accountable to our funder, which is the City of Edmonton. And I think every time that you or your colleagues ask a question, we're able to report back to you, and we're transparent, and I think we have a good model.
Right, and so governance-wise, you're also accountable to your stakeholders, it sounds like.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right.
And stakeholders are, there's a number, right? We partner with the Edmonton Community Foundation on one of our grant programs. And then, of course, the City of Edmonton and our primary stakeholder, which is the arts community. That's why we were created, to serve the artists and the arts community.
Okay, and do you find that the organization itself is strengthened by giving that power to multiple voices to help direct the direction?
Yes, we've had quite a change in our board of directors in the last 6-7 years. We've moved now more to a governance board structure. We're not, a grassroots organization that needs to have board members involved in operations. So we are very governance focused. The Arts Council stands on its own.
Right.
So, yes.
Okay. Okay, but you do have your annual general meetings, you provide the finances, you have other meetings, you provide input and respond to what artists are saying works for them and what doesn't work for them.
Yes, and when we're making changes, like currently we're doing an investment strategy review with all of our investments that are going for organizations, and there is discussion. We have a committee that's made up of board members and staff, but then that will be socialized out to the community after that's done at board level. And that will be happening this summer and fall before changes are made to investments in 2025.
Right, okay, and that makes a lot of sense. Okay, perfect, thank you so much. I think that might inform a potential subsequent motion I might make. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang?
Yes, thank you. And just, so I want to continue that thread about, because I actually feel like Arts Council come forward quite a bit on various things. You require council approval on the granting you put out, correct? I think you also have an annual report, and that's different from progress report on connections and exchanges.
So in the past, we did come to council more often than what we come now. We were required to come and request approval of grants, and that is no longer, since C211 has been, I'm not sure what the right word is, it's no longer valid. We don't have to come to council anymore for that. We're actually only required to be in front of committee to do an annual update. That's what our agreement with the city states.
Gotcha.
We'd like to be in front of you because we'd like to share with you where we are and what we're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm also aware it's a lot of staff time and, when it comes to reporting, and a lot of your information is online, which is great. I guess just on something like a 5-year progress update, do you feel like, looking back, would it have been more beneficial to have all 3 groups presenting together, given that connection exchanges, 55 actions is shared across 3 organizations? Because right now, I'm like, is Heritage Council going to be, do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's also actions that multiple of you are responsible together.
Right. So we've had conversations about this. I know Heritage Council is planning to present in the fall. I've had conversations with Mr. Ridley from the Edmonton Heritage Council just last week because he knew we were coming today. The shared actions are a little challenging because each organization has its own mandate. So when we're looking at an action, we're looking at it from the Edmonton Arts Council's mandate. And then when the Heritage Council is looking at it, they're looking at it from their mandate, and the same with Arts have. So the shared actions are a bit more challenging to report on collectively than what they are individually. So we report on them individually, what we're doing towards that action.
Right. Yeah, I guess in my mind, I'm just wondering, like, is there a more cohesive way we can kind of really get a sense of how are we progressing on this, kind of across the landscape, and not just summer is EAC, fall is Heritage, and Arts has come back as a. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's a bit disjointed. And I guess the other thing I was curious about, my understanding was that your annual report previously to committee was spurred by a council motion. Are you familiar with this?
Like before connections and exchanges, and before the 4-year budget cycle, we would report to council annually as part of our request for annual funding.
I see.
And then when the changes to the 4-year budget cycle came, we weren't required to do that level of being in front of council, I guess, in the fall. But we did. I don't recall it coming from council asking for annual updates. I thought, and I could be wrong, so I apologize if I'm giving incorrect information right now, but I thought we wanted to share with council where we were on our progress. In addition, every year we send our annual report, which has our financial statements included in. I think that was couriered to all of you guys last week. We just got those printed a week ago. And then our financial statements are on our website, of course. So we make sure that each of that, like that level of information is shared with you annually.
Okay, no, that's helpful. And wondering if administration has any insights on that, some of this annual reporting is driven by past council motions.
That is our understanding. I don't have the exact details of when and where those requests were made, but certainly in the memo that we are drafting, we can dig into how it has come to be and what our recommendation is moving forward.
Okay. And then, I'm cognizant that, the repealing bylaw was only passed last week, but given the council report scheduling, like Arts Habitat annual report would have been ready regardless by now, right?
That report will be attached to the memo, yes.
Okay. But it is ready, it's not available online, it's just more for a council. And then that memo eventually will become public. Is that right?
Yes, and we can speak with Julian Main to find out what their plans are for posting their report on their website.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering if I could get a little bit more detail around the survey project that EAC is undertaking. Wondering how this will support EAC's responsiveness to the needs of artists.
I'll let Abby speak to the survey project, but first I'll just say that our survey results are then analyzed and internally and share with different departments, so be it the grants or the public art or whatnot, and that information is taken into account as we develop our work plan, our annual work plans. But in the, I'll let Abby speak to the survey itself.
Yeah, so the EAC conducts an annual survey project that collects sentiment from our major stakeholder groups, which are organizations and artists. And every 2 years, we do a survey that collects sentiment from the public as well. So this year, we were fortunate enough to be able to do all 3 groups, which were organizations, artists, and the public, as well as another survey that focused just on the shop and services aspect of our organization. So the survey reaches out to anybody, any organization or artist who has applied for at least one program or service from the Arts Council in the past calendar year. And so this past year, we were able to survey a huge number of artists where it was everything from their experience with the EAC to the general experience in the Edmonton arts ecology, as well as some of the other information like demographics or income levels. And that provides us with a really fulsome data set that we can then parse out throughout the year to help inform some of our other choices. So we can identify potential gaps in where we aren't reaching artists or the public, and then use that data to really drive the decision making so that it's based in the data that we have collected rather than just kind of a gut feeling that isn't corroborated.
Okay, that's helpful, because that was going to be my follow-up, just around how that data is actually informing decision making, and it sounds like there's a pretty direct feedback loop there. Wonderful. And I guess, is there anything that you would want to highlight from some of that data? From my read, it looks like things are trending in a really positive direction in all regards. Yeah, anything there that you wanted to flag?
One of the things that stood out for me in this most recent project is some of that COVID recovery. So the last time we did a public survey was in 2021 when there was still a lot of lockdown. And so we've been able to see a lot of a rebound in terms of the public's ability to access the arts and their excitement to be able to engage with it again. And those numbers really shine through in the public survey this year.
Yeah,
so that's
absolutely.
one of the things that stood out.
Great. Well, thanks for sharing that. It was quite a stark difference. So great to see that jump in recovery. So one of the other questions I had, just with the remainder of my time here, yeah, I guess just a kind of a specific, more granular question. Expanded opportunities for working specifically with like business improvement areas to support vibrancy, and I'm thinking about some of the other goals that we have around downtown vibrancy, and it just seems kind of like a natural connection for EAC to be able to work with entities like the BIAs. Is that something that is within the realm of EAC already? Is that something that EAC is looking at?
EAC is definitely engaged, and we work with many partners. I mean, currently we've had conversations with Explore Edmonton and talking about, how the arts also, when you're advertising Edmonton as a destination, like making sure that the arts is included in that. The BIAs for sure. We also partner with community links. So we're there. We're in the community in all areas. We work with a lot of city departments on planning. So yeah, I would say yes.
Okay, and just really quickly, and I had the note around community leagues and some of the Green Shack programming, and was that a new COVID edition or was that present before as well?
The community foundation the community leagues has always been something that's been on our radar, but primarily we started during COVID when we were reaching out to communities to do the pop-up parades and things because we couldn't be in a facility, so it just had to be something that was roving. So that was where that started.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I do have a couple of questions for Shirley. So I'm not sure if you heard from our speakers' concerns today. They had wonderful praise for Edmonton Arts Council, so thank you for the work you do. However, I am aware that Arts Habitat was actually created several years ago with the intention of providing affordable space for artists, and it branched off from Edmonton Arts Council. Do you feel that that is still the proper structure to be its own entity, its own branch?
That is the work that Arts Hub is charged with doing is important work for artists. They became independent in 2020. Prior to 2020, they were a program underneath the Edmonton Arts Council. So they have their own service agreement with the city of Edmonton. Space is a lot of work. Like that amount of work is a lot of work. So it was important that we have an entity that is able to deal with that. So, I mean, if it was under the Edmonton Arts Council, we would need resources to do it, just as we did.
Of course,
then,
yeah.
Right?
Right.
So, and there's a lot of need in the community for space, and it's a lot of varied needs. So it's good to have an organization that understands space to be able to direct and advocate for it.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. That was my only question. I will pass it over to Councillor Knack now. Thank you again.
Yeah, I think I think we're just moving receipt of information, so I'll move that.
Thank you. We have a motion to receive for information. Anyone would like to speak to this item? Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I would just like to thank everyone for this excellent report. Our arts groups and historical groups, everyone who's involved in the culture of Edmonton does just a phenomenal job. Sometimes I hear from people who say, why are we funding arts? Isn't that frivolous? Isn't that an extra that we don't need? What does it have to do with potholes? And point taken. However, a city is not just roads. A city is also people. And people create culture. And what art does is any number of things. It actually makes things enjoyable for folks. I mean, even if you go to an Oilers game, they're going to have music. They're going to have like graphics. They're going to have like the big whiz bang, and people love it. That's why we do it, because people love it. Art is the mirror we hold up to ourselves and reflect ourselves. It entertains, it makes us thoughtful, it challenges us, it beautifies our space, it makes people want to be here. Edmonton is known as a festival city, and those festivals are all across the arts spectrum. And so we also know that every dollar invested into the arts has a magnifying effect on our local economy, which means that money comes into our city and it stays in our city, and that enriches all of us. It is a pretty minimal part of our budget, but what we get out of it is amazing. And so I'm very pleased with the planning that's demonstrated here, with the fiduciary responsibility exhibited. And I'm really pleased with the fact and feel darn lucky that we have such amazing people in our city who are not only administrating all of this, but making it happen and making literal visions and voices and bodies come alive in our city. And that's why we have a city, so that people can work, they can play, they can live. And what we know about most other cultures throughout history is granted to us not just through the financial things that we find written in clay tablets and things like that, but by the way that they expressed themselves and showed us what they felt was important. And that was always done through their art and architecture and music and dance. So thank you for your work, and thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much for the excellent report and conversation today. And yeah, I wanted to just share a few words. I've been reflecting on my time on the Arts Council, and I've just been incredibly impressed by the work being done to enhance, expand, and support Edmonton's arts ecosystem. I think about the value that EAC brings to the daily lives of Edmontonians. It's an incredibly important resource for making Edmonton a more attractive and livable and vibrant city. And I think it can sometimes be difficult to appreciate all of the outcomes associated with the work being done through EAC. But when I'm connecting directly with artists, I mean, we heard from some today, when we're visiting festivals and events throughout the year, and hearing from community members about why they love our city, it becomes abundantly clear that through EAC, the arts community is helping tell our collective story, and helping instill a sense of pride in our communities and in our city as a whole. I see the work of EAC as being deeply rooted in our city plan as well. It helps us celebrate our cultural diversity and helps foster a sense of belonging as well. I've also come to learn that EAC is a uniquely Edmonton entity, and other municipalities are looking to the EAC model as an effective way to deliver and implement arts and heritage plans and to directly support the arts community. And I think that should be a point of pride as well. Through this report and through the time that I've spent with the EAC, I see a demonstrated commitment to continual improvement as well. And I think we can see that through the revised public art policy, the reorganization of EAC, new granting programs, and more. So just want to thank everyone at EAC, the entire team who's been putting in time and effort to deliver the vision outlined in Connections and Exchanges. So great to see progress being made on a significant number of actions within it. And maybe just to reflect on the pandemic as well, I think that placed just a huge strain on artists and the arts community. We know that recovery will be gradual, but I want to commend EAC on the steps that have been taken to support artists throughout that period and the creativity and flexibility that you embraced to continue delivering that programming to communities across the city. So as we continue to recover, I think it's going to be more important than ever to protect and support this sector. And as was mentioned, there are so many intangibles associated with supporting and investing in the arts, but there's also a clear economic benefit to supporting our local economy. So really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. Thank you so much for an excellent update. Looking forward to continuing to move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Principe. Thank you all for the delegation and all the speakers who given their time this morning to share some feedback. I just want to maybe expand on my comment earlier. You know, I have many artist friends. I speak to a lot of artists. And one of the things I have heard consistently is for many of them, they know that they can't make a living as a full-time artist out in other cities, but they can do so in Edmonton because of the strength of the artist community here, and in particular Arts Council. So I just want to reflect that feedback back to you, because I think it's really critical when we think about cities that we love. When we in our travels, cities are known for vibrancy. Yes, a strong business community and downtown shopping district is great, but oftentimes it is because of what the artist community there have contributed. They're small business owners. They add, strengthen our quality of life. It adds so much. And I think that economic impact piece, I just want to come back to that for future I think Connections and Exchanges update, it would be really helpful to juxtapose that a bit and give people kind of that full sense of, what are the impact of arts and culture in our city. And I very much look forward to the Heritage Council report on their actions in the fall. Um, I also think, just speaking of governance structure, I'm aware of you have many subcommittees as well at the Arts Council that are by artists, for artists, and I think that also speaks to the relationship with this community. And unfortunately, as we heard from some of the speakers, it's not that relationship isn't reflected everywhere, and I'm not sure at what point that broken trust with Arts Habitat began. And how do we kind of fix that? And I'm also cognizant that some of the speakers who came today may be a snapshot and of the community and not necessarily representative of the whole community, but it is a voice we need to consider. When the repealing motion was brought forward last week, I did speak about my concern. The Arts Habitat annual report motion was the motion I had tabled back in I think during the 4-year budget. I can't remember, but I feel that for a major 10-year arts and culture strategy, there just feels a bit of an inconsistency in the reporting structure, and I can completely appreciate that 3 organizations are of different sizes and therefore perhaps warrants different governance structures. I'm less concerned about that, but more just how frequently we hear from them. And the cultural infrastructure plan, which I do see that there is a bit of a mention in the report today, we're 5 years in. I have no line of sight of what that even looks like at this point. And the Ortona is one of the major, arts building project that we have going forward. I don't feel like I have a line of sight on that. So to me, it's less important that I hear from each organization on the things that they're doing, but more consistency and maybe streamlined effort in the reporting back. I am aware, administration, you are preparing that memo, which I think will be really helpful. And again, those memos do become public at some point. And, when the time comes, there may potentially be another public conversation. I don't know. What I would like to see as an outcome is some consistency and the organizations kind of continue to have that dialogue about more streamlined reporting back. I don't know what that looks like, whether it's one report shared by 3 organizations or a bit of a joint or partnered approach to sharing results back with the public. I'm not sure, but I think I would just like to see more conversation around that. Anyways, so I think those are my what I wanted to say. I think the fact that we're even having this conversation, the fact that this is a public conversation, I think is really important to continue to cultivate that strong relationship with the artist community. And for those who did speak, please don't stop, writing to us and speaking out, because I think those prompts us to think about some of these tensions that we need to continue to resolve if we want to see a successful connection exchanges by year 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I just wanted to say as well, I'd like to pass along my thank you. It won't take me too long because I won't repeat everything Councillor Tang said, although I agree with her comments. And that's what I wanted to also share. But I would like to do a quick shout out to Danny at Edmonton Arts Council Shop and Services. Does a wonderful job with showcasing artists' work, and the displays and events are a lot of fun to attend. There are many things to attend, and I just, would like to also say thank you for this report. And I will pass it to Councillor Knack to close.
Sure, thank you, Councillor Prince-Fay. Just very quickly, because I could pretty much echo what everyone else has said, I think the only thing I would just add, want to thank the Edmonton Arts Council and the team. I think about when this plan was first started now 5 years ago, and to see the evolution that we've seen in the city for the arts, particularly just, I think the thing that I would pick on the most that I've really appreciated is just how much this group has worked to be out in all communities across the city. I've talked about this a lot, that arts is not my strength. That I've not really considered myself the most arts-focused human in the world, and yet what I've loved is to see how community has had the opportunity to experience this, because there might be a lot of people like me who don't necessarily think they're arts people, and yet when it comes to your community, and you get a chance to experience it, you get a chance to realize the importance of it. So I just really want to thank the Edmonton Arts Council, the entire team, because it really has made a difference. I see it over and over and over again now in the communities. I see and hear from people who really appreciate that work, from those pop-up events to the dedicated sessions to everything in between. So it has been such a transformation from what I think 5 years ago to where we're at today, and that's just a testament to all the work that you're doing at the Arts Council, and of course all of the artists who are supporting that work each and every day. So thanks for all your great work on this. That's why I didn't have any questions. Truly, it's amazing. Like my only comment would be just please keep up the excellent work you're doing.
Thank you. I will ask my committee colleagues to vote, please.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. I will pass the microphone over to one of Edmonton's finest artists for a subsequent.
That guy couldn't be here today, but I'll do it. Thank you, Chair Principe. I would like to make a subsequent motion that administration provide a memo summarizing the current Arts Hub and Edmonton Arts Council governance models, and include options to ensure a broader participation of stakeholders and more consistency in reporting to council and/or committee. The last part is thanks to Councillor Tang's excellent comments.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have a subsequent on the floor. Would you like to open?
Briefly.
Yeah,
I think we all are sort of aware of some of the challenges that we heard about today, and this is a way to get that memo back that allows us to, at that point, potentially take further action. Because of the report on the table, I didn't want to stray too far from the intent of the report, and so that work probably has to come back as a later work, which is why the subsequent is structured as it is. So.
Great, thank you for that. Any questions? Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I just wanted to, thank you so much for making this really clear. But just wanted to double check. Is administration already planning on bringing this memo forward that will address these? Oh, I guess the question is to administration.
Yes, we are planning to bring the memo forward.
And would this motion be helpful in terms of clarity is kindness?
Always love clarity, always love kindness. The only caution I would offer is that administration needs to be thoughtful about how we provide our thoughts on how other boards govern themselves. I don't want to step on other boards' toes.
Sorry, what do you mean? Just in terms of because it's looking at examining two organizations' governance models, you don't want to step on their toes?
Well, I'm not sure it's the administration's role to have an opinion on how independent boards that exist govern themselves.
Okay. I guess to the mover, thank you for this. I guess is your intent then is just to provide that clarity, even though administration is planning on bringing this forward anyways?
Yeah, I didn't hear that administration was going to bring forward exactly this, but something a little bit more broad. And I'm certainly not looking for an opinion on governance models, just a summarization of current models.
Yeah, I think that was my understanding as well. So that I think that's helpful to kind of say that on the record. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador, were you signed up? No. Okay. No other questions? No? Okay. Councillor Paquette to close.
Yeah, thank you. So I was going back and forth between asking for a memo or a report. A report would make this maybe a little bit more, give it a little more heft, but it would probably take more time. And so a memo will help us to move a little bit more quickly if there is a desire from committee to also move forward on some of these things. Now, by the time this gets back, we will have a different committee. But hopefully we can communicate to our council colleagues about some of the challenges that we've seen and some of the things that we'd like to see coming out of this. One thing I was playing with was asking administration to actually engage with the affected community, but as I understand it, that will probably happen anyway. And if it doesn't, because this memo will be coming back in short order, council or committee can make a motion to that effect. But we definitely want to hear from all the voices of the affected community across all levels in order to get a clearer picture on this so that we can have a clearer path forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Thank you, everyone. We will now be moving to our next item, item 7.2. We have about 15 more minutes left, so I'll invite administration to come on down whenever you're ready. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Flaman. I'm the Deputy City Manager of Community Services. I'm joined here today by a number of members of administration, including Stacey Galatly, Branch Manager of Social Development, Hanny Kwan, Director of Affordable Housing and Homelessness Online, and Rachel Putt, Manager of Housing Policy and Homelessness. I'm also joined by a number of representatives from Legal and Financial Services. We are here to present the City of Edmonton's first Homelessness and Housing Services Plan, commonly referred to as the Corporate Homelessness Plan, which outlines the City of Edmonton's role and contributions to addressing homelessness over the next 4 years. This plan is needed not only to respond to recommendations from the Office of the City Auditor, but also to articulate what actions the City of Edmonton will take to support the rest of the homeless serving sector in reaching the City Plan target of ending chronic and episodic homelessness in Edmonton. This plan works in tandem with efforts to increase affordable housing supply through actions under the city's updated affordable housing strategy and is aligned with related plans and initiatives that support the city's community safety and well-being strategy. Rachel and Hanny will now explain how the plan was developed and what it aims to achieve. Over to you, Rachel.
Thank you, Jennifer. In Edmonton, the primary network of housing programs and supports for people experiencing chronic homelessness are coordinated by Homeward Trust Edmonton, who distributes funding from all orders of government to community-based organizations to deliver a variety of housing programs and services with the mandate of ending homelessness. Housing programs, however, do not operate in isolation of related systems of care, such as health, justice, and income support. The Government of Alberta is the primary steward of most of these social services, in addition to funding and regulating emergency shelters. The federal government relies on local communities to lead the response to homelessness, providing funding to municipalities and community-based organizations in order to empower a locally led response. Historically, the City of Edmonton has played an adaptive role in this space by coordinating services and initiatives that connect unhoused Edmontonians to supports and providing limited funding to Homeward Trust to deliver housing programs. Recognizing the expansion of the city's role in this space over the last 5 years, in response to a number of unique circumstances and a need for role clarity moving forward, the Homelessness and Housing Services Plan articulates the city's ability to make systems and policy changes as a coordinator, convener, advocate, and limited funder in housing and crisis response systems. Next slide, please. The plan is one key tactic of the updated affordable housing strategy approved by Council in January of this year, alongside the forthcoming Affordable Housing Investment Plan and Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan. We know from the city's housing needs assessment that 1 in 8 households in Edmonton, owners and renters, young and old alike, are in core housing need, meaning they pay too much for housing or live in crowded or unsafe conditions and can't afford to move. 1 in 4 renters struggle to afford housing, and the housing gap is experienced most acutely by racialized people and people with mental and physical health issues. One of the most effective ways to reduce poverty and end homelessness is to increase the supply of affordable and supportive housing. Concurrent to the implementation of actions to increase affordable housing supply, the Homelessness and Housing Services Plan identifies how city resources need to be prioritized to contribute to operational collective efforts to end homelessness. According to Homer Trust by Name List, over 1,400 individuals identify that they most frequently stay in shelter or otherwise unsheltered, and over 1,800 identify as being provisionally accommodated. Of the 1,400 plus people who are sheltered or unsheltered, 16% are 24 years old or younger, nearly half identify as Indigenous, and 42% are women. The Homelessness and Housing Services Plan is responsive to the diverse needs of individuals who are either at risk of or experiencing homelessness and aligned with key actions in the Affordable Housing Strategy. This includes laying out what steps the city will take to develop a robust homelessness prevention program and improving housing resources for renters. It also includes details on how the city will continue to work with other orders of government and key partners to streamline access to housing and support services and contribute to the delivery of services to get and keep people housed. Next slide, please. It's helpful to understand that the city's plan is supportive but distinct from the community plan to prevent and end homelessness. The community plan, which was presented in draft to Community and Public Services Committee on May 21st, outlines the strategic direction, role clarity, and assignment of accountability for all actors who make up the homeless serving system of care, with the ultimate goal of achieving functional zero. The city's plan outlines how the city, with consideration of what is within our control and jurisdiction, will be accountable to the draft recommendations in the community plan. While this work by its nature needs to be flexible and responsive to changes in the system, administration has carefully considered how to prioritize city investments to directly align with a number of draft recommendations. Key examples include the continued provision of land and grants to increase the supply of bridge and supportive housing options, and aligning and improving coordination and data sharing between city-funded initiatives delivered by community organizations. Critically, the plan seeks to expand the city's role in coordinating homelessness prevention efforts across the sector in order to help prevent homelessness before it happens and address the bottleneck caused by people falling into homelessness faster than they can be housed. Since providing a research and project, next slide please. Since providing a research and project update to committee in May 2023, administration has completed a number of additional activities to develop the Homelessness and Housing Services Plan, including reviews of strategic documents, both internally and from other orders of government, a research study on homelessness prevention needs in Edmonton, a jurisdictional scan of municipal spending on homelessness, a financial analysis of the city's own spending on homelessness, and extensive internal engagement. In order to avoid engagement fatigue and effectively steward resources, administration leveraged findings from engagement with people with lived experience of homelessness and the homeless serving sector from previous work from the housing needs assessment, affordable housing strategy, plus concurrent engagement for the community plan to prevent and end homelessness that took place within the last 9 months. Notable insights from folks with living experience that can be directly linked to actions in the plan include the need for an increased diversity of temporary and permanent housing choices that address the cultural and unique health needs of certain populations, that there needs to be increased housing supports for folks to both access and maintain their housing, especially as it relates to homelessness prevention, and that folks living on the margins who continue to face challenges of affordability and availability of housing see themselves as problem solvers in difficult circumstances, and that there are opportunities for unique point-in-time interventions and restorative practices that can help to prevent housing loss and repair relationships. Insights from the sector linked to actions in the plan include the need for increased safe and dignified affordable or bridge housing options for unsheltered people, an identified need to continue to increase affordable housing supply, and a desire for improved collaboration and coordination between organizations to improve access for those seeking services and to link initiatives across the sector to their collective progress. Next slide, please. Internal engagement with city staff across 27 business areas, in addition to Edmonton Police Service and Edmonton Public Library, found that there are a number of city initiatives and activities that address homelessness and achieve different but related outcomes that either prevent homelessness, contribute to resolving homelessness, or respond to homelessness in a variety of ways that address the immediate needs of people in acute crisis and the corresponding public space impacts. Broadly, business areas who participated in this work both recognize the need for a corporate plan to organize the city's contributions and are supportive of having a plan that results in enhanced coordination internally related to service delivery, budgets, reporting, and outcomes. Initiatives identified as a part of the city's response to homelessness included both temporary and permanently funded activities spanning multiple business areas. In order to ensure a balanced representation of city-funded homelessness activities in the response category of work, All business areas who participated were asked to consider whether or not a service identified would be needed if homelessness did not exist. If a service would still be necessary with zero unsheltered homelessness in our city, it was not included in the analysis. Next slide, please. To understand how much the city currently spends to address homelessness, the business areas, Edmonton Police Service and Edmonton Public Library submitted budgeted and actual spending on initiatives identified in the engagement as outlined in Attachment 3. As the actions in the Homelessness and Housing Services Plan are centered around operational responses to homelessness, the corresponding financial analysis was focused on this component of the work. Operating expenditures related to homelessness across the 3 categories totaled approximately $73.6 million in 2022 and $91.4 million in 2023. The increase is due to a number of service levels, including but not limited to grant disbursement for supportive housing projects, an increase to ride transit and FCSS grants related to homelessness prevention, and increased funding for 24/7 crisis diversion. This analysis does not include capital costs broken down on an annual basis, as that would not be representative of the city's overall capital investment in affordable housing development, given disbursements of funding are released based on construction milestones. However, it is worth noting that since 2019, the city has invested $207 million to provide over 3,000 affordable homes, including 880 permanent supportive housing units. Next slide, please. The positive impact of the city's investment in addressing housing precarity and homelessness is clear. Thousands of Edmontonians have been able to retain their housing and been supported in periods of crisis thanks to city efforts. This includes families and households that have benefited from reduced transit fare, easing those difficult decisions between paying rent, buying food, and paying for transit. Nearly 8,000 highly vulnerable Edmontonians receive free transit passes through partner agencies. Thousands of households who otherwise may be living in core housing need or at risk of homelessness benefit from units kept affordable through the Affordable Housing Tax Grant Program, annual operating subsidy to Greater Edmonton Foundation, and ongoing efforts to increase affordable housing supply, including permanent supportive housing. However, administration recognizes that the breadth of these initiatives and the variety of ways we measure their impact presents an opportunity to do better. Through the engagement, business areas agreed that refined performance measures to demonstrate how these efforts, particularly those contributing to how people maintain or get access to housing, are collectively addressing root causes of homelessness are needed. I'll now pass it over to Henny.
Thank you, Rachel. Using the information gathered through engagement, research, and the financial analysis, administration developed the Homelessness and Housing Services Plan to guide where the city should prioritize investments and efforts in operational responses to homelessness, along with consideration of the ongoing work of other organizations and orders of government. The plan contains 3 goals, 8 objectives, and 26 actions that are designed to help the city contribute to reducing inflow into homelessness, support adjacent efforts to increase housing outcomes for unsheltered individuals, and clarify how the city contributes to emergency responses that prioritize the safety and well-being of people experiencing homelessness. Importantly, the actions in the plan are specific to what is within the city's control, which will help to provide role clarity on where the municipal government can and should influence change directly, noting that we will continue to communicate the need and advocate for solutions in areas that are not in the city's jurisdiction. Next slide, please. It's helpful to note some key actions within the plan that administration believes will advance progress. Preventing homelessness before it happens is the most cost-effective action the city can take to contribute to efforts to end homelessness and has countless public health benefits at both an individual and community level. Through research and engagement, it was identified that in Edmonton, there are a number of secondary intervention initiatives designed for those who are at imminent risk of homelessness or living in poverty and in need of preventative support services. But a lack of awareness and coordination of these services makes them difficult to access. To address this gap, the plan proposes a series of actions that can be achieved within existing budgets to convene city-funded and community-based initiatives to streamline access to services. The success of this work will be measured by an active decrease of inflow into homelessness, which will help to reduce the capacity limitations of the current system. Administration also understands that there are limited funding options for bridge and transitional housing that is needed to address the unique needs of populations who may not be adequately supported by existing options. In the draft community plan report, Homer Trust identifies that there needs to be an increase of 150 to 250 units of bridge housing by 2030 from the current 92 units available in the community to expedite immediate housing options for unsheltered individuals. By committing to a funding stream for bridge housing in the forthcoming Affordable Housing Investment Plan, the city can help to advance investments by all orders of government in creating diverse housing options that meet the needs of populations experiencing homelessness who need to stabilize for up to 90 days with targeted housing support. This action will happen concurrent to improving coordination among city-funded frontline workers who respond to unsheltered homelessness and tying their activities to shared performance measures that align with the community plan outcomes. Finally, recognizing the breadth of temporary initiatives the city has supported over the last 5 years to augment the efforts of the crisis response to homelessness and the pandemic, the plan proposes to develop a decision-making framework that can guide city decisions on providing emergency funding for interventions that arise as a result of unique emergency circumstances. While there is additional work needed to develop this tool, it would likely include consideration of jurisdictional responsibility, funding available from other orders of government, and a risk assessment tool. Tied to the development of this tool is an action to identify a funding source for an associated contingency fund to ensure that future emergency response actions are not dependent on funding limitations. Additional actions include identifying opportunities to advance prototypes that can improve wellness and connections to housing as identified in the Housing Needs Assessment qualitative research, leveraging existing social infrastructure to understand and enhance the availability of basic amenities for unhoused people, and supporting City of Edmonton staff with training opportunities and up-to-date resources. Next slide, please. We cannot talk about homelessness without talking about housing, of course. This plan's success hinges on continued progress to increase appropriate and affordable housing options for low-income households and people experiencing homelessness, as outlined in the Affordable Housing Strategy. Tangible examples of the actions undertaken include the development of 8 new supportive housing projects. These projects were a combination of underutilized and specifically procured city land that were used to leverage provincial and federal funds. 5 of these buildings are complete and are now housing individuals who are either homeless or at risk of homelessness. In the next few years, 3 more of these buildings will be coming online. The Housing Needs Assessment and the Community Plan identify segments of the population that either are experiencing higher levels of homelessness, have the risk of falling through the cracks, or need special support. The city is responding to these needs through specific programs like the Indigenous-led Affordable Housing Grant that is helping to ensure culturally significant housing is available for a demographic that is experiencing a disproportionate level of homelessness. As the level of government most impacted by homelessness, we are also supporting innovative approaches like the Jasper Place Wellness Center Bridge Healing Building Model, which was designed to house people who otherwise would be discharged from hospitals into homelessness. The city came in as an original funder of the Bridge Healing Model, which helped the organization secure provincial operational funding. The success of their first set of buildings has led to an expansion of the building model with support from our Affordable Housing Investment Program grants, and we are continuing to work with Jasper Place Wellness Center on expanding their Bridge Healing Model. A significant amount of the affordable housing across the country and in Edmonton was built prior to 1980. These buildings provide much-needed secure housing for thousands of people. However, due to their age, they're at risk of closure without reinvestment. Efforts to help renew these properties ensure that people remain housed and are not at risk of becoming homeless. In 2023, the city was successful in obtaining $19.55 million from CMHC to renew nearly 2,000 affordable housing units, ensuring that they will continue to operate for the foreseeable future, while also improving their overall energy efficiency and accessibility. Next slide, please. If the Homelessness and Housing Services Plan is approved, it will provide administration with a clear set of actions going forward that, combined with the action underway on increasing affordable housing supply, will help the city contribute to collaborative efforts to reduce and eliminate homelessness in Edmonton. If the plan be approved by council, administration will convene the accountability table as articulated in the plan to finalize performance measures and govern the work. This will include creating and authorizing a work plan with respective timelines for all of the actions based on impact, priority, and consideration of sequencing. Decisions around future funding asks will be informed through that work. Ultimately, the Affordable Housing and Homelessness section will assume accountability for seeing the actions through and coordinating work across business areas, Edmonton Police Services and Edmonton Public Library as well as required. This approach will help to satisfy the recommendations from the Office of the City Auditor and create a clear line of accountability for corporate-wide efforts and to improve how administration assesses the city's impact to inform service adjustments and funding decisions. Thank you for paying attention to our presentation. That concludes our slides, and we will be happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you for the presentation. And we are at lunchtime now. So at this point, we will break. We will take a recess, and then when we come back, we will hear from our speakers. Thank you. We'll see you back here at 1:30.
We are live.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order. And I will do a roll call. Councillor Rice?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'll call for Mayor Sohi, but I don't think he's able to join us today.
Chair Principe, he's absent without notice, or with notice, pardon me.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And other council members, Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang. She may join us later. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Cartmel. And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, so at this point we will be hearing from speakers, but they are not in chamber. I will just check to see if they are online. Clerk Karpaszewski, can you tell me, do you see?
Councillor Principe, we don't seem to have our speakers.
All right, so at this time, we do have, maybe we can ask questions of administration at this time then?
I would suggest.
Is the delegation online?
Wait, don't we have,
They're not here.
They're not here? That's what I called for.
Good afternoon, Hani Kwan here from Affordable Housing and Homelessness. I know that
Okay, great.
my colleagues are still making their way back to chambers, I think.
Yes, okay, honey, thank you. We're actually just going to take a recess for a few minutes and we'll wait and see. As I understand, our speakers may just be outside the door, so we'll just wait a few minutes. We'll recess for 5 minutes and then continue on. Thank you. Our speakers will guide you to your seat. Susan McGee, Scarlett Bjornson, the clerk will guide you to your seat. Great. Whenever you're ready, Susan, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks. I'm not very organized, but I think I can do this off the top of my head. Thank you very much, members of the committee, for allowing us to kind of support and be here to answer any questions on behalf of Homeward Trust. We certainly are supportive of the corporate plan and the time and diligence taken to do it, and certainly some of the research that administration undertook in drafting the plan and working very closely with Homeward Trust throughout the development of the community plan, I think puts Edmonton right now in a really fantastic position around role clarity and next steps and really regrouping over a period of time. That has had, you know, in many ways it's been all hands on deck for many years, but certainly in the last few, there's been a very different approach that we've taken to responding to the crisis that the pandemic was. And right now we have an opportunity, I think, to still continue to recognize homelessness for the crisis that it is for so many people and with the urgency that it requires, but also a bit of, you know, I think from a governance perspective and from an area of collaboration and role clarity, some very important next steps around how we go forward. And the corporate plan underscores for Homeward Trust and what we see in it is a real leadership role in support of what the community plan has strongly asked for, which is certainly clarity in decision making, role clarity, and the real intentional effort of all orders of government to support this work together. The City of Edmonton, I think, within the plan's work, it really acknowledges too how many different areas of business that the City of Edmonton undertakes that support individuals, not just in the areas of prevention and as outlined, but also so people can be actively engaged, once housed, connect with their community, and really participate in everything that the city has to offer. And I think that range and that comprehensive approach has been very, very helpful for us in a process too of being able to better understand many of the different areas of work of the city. And so we certainly support it and look forward to working on the implementation with administration.
Wonderful, thank you. We will go now to our next speaker, Scarlett Bjornson. Please go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I just would like to say I'm covering for a colleague, so if there are questions after, we'll have to take those offline. We would like to thank administration for acknowledging Bissell Center's Community Bridge program as an essential prevention service in Edmonton's housing continuum and recommending continued funding. Community Bridge is a financial empowerment focused case management program that prevents housing loss through targeted interventions to avoid eviction, utility disconnection, and foreclosure. Through referrals and support with landlord mediation, budgeting, accessing benefits, reducing costs, and goal setting, we promote long-term housing sustainability. Community Bridge is a critical intervention that supports those in our city who are experiencing core housing need and will only grow in importance in the coming years. To ensure the program is responsive to community needs, key performance indicators are analyzed monthly, including the number of interventions completed, housing retainment rate, number of financial coaching conversations held, and number of referrals completed to other Bissell programs and external service providers. Pre- and post-intervention household expenses are also tracked to measure increases in financial security. Between April 2023 and March 2024, our program successfully supported 261 households in maintaining their housing and assisted 7 households in relocating to more affordable options. Through case management, Community Bridge facilitated the creation of sustainable financial plans for 436 households, impacting 678 individuals, and issued a total of 243 loans. Community Bridge was also able to support participants in accessing $43,000 in government and community resources to help pay off arrears. This year, the housing retention rate of our program participants' 6-month post-intervention is 97%, indicating that our programs remain effective in supporting households with sustaining their housing. Community Bridge works with participants facing complex barriers, and our person-centered approach considers the strengths of individuals to assist them as they work towards their goals. 859 referrals were made to support sustainability and access to wraparound supports. Prior to Community Bridge intervention, participants experienced a housing cost to income ratio, excluding other basic costs, averaging 60%, which is a rise from previous years. Following the intervention, this ratio improved to 42%. The average household income was $1,863, and the average household size was 2.5 individuals. The average loan amount in Community Bridge is just over $1,400 comparatively to house an individual currently experiencing homelessness in our other housing support programs. It would cost more than $3,000. So more than double the cost without considering the social and emotional costs of housing loss. Finally, in addition to ongoing funding of Community Bridge, Edmonton's housing continuum would be strengthened by funding housing workshops. Bissell Centre, in partnership with 3 Edmonton Public Library locations, currently provides weekly drop-in housing workshops that provide housing service navigation support to all forms of housing need. Supports could include landlord mediation, helping find a roommate to make rent affordable, applying for rental subsidy, support with apartment search, or setting up viewings, and of course, referrals to the by names list. Last year, across 3 EPL locations, 905 unique individuals were served. When facing uncertainty, being able to sit down with someone face-to-face in a safe setting is vital. In Edmonton's effort to prevent homelessness, we can ensure individuals are well informed on their choices that are available to them, as well as their rights and responsibilities. Thank you so much.
And thank you. I'll ask my committee or my colleagues to sign up to ask questions of our speakers, but I'll go to Councillor Knack. You selected this item. Do you have any questions? Not for our speakers. Yeah, looks like, oh, Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. You know, really, that's an incredible success rate with the Community Bridge program. Really great to hear, and thank you for sharing that. Maybe just to Speaker McGee, wanted to understand, so I was pretty surprised by some of the things I learned through this report around the sort of upstream homelessness prevention work. So just for clarity, does Homer Trust receive any funding from the provincial or federal government for that, or it's solely sort of in the intervention piece?
On specifically what we've been funding as Homer Trust?
Yeah, like, or what role is Homer Trust currently playing in the homelessness prevention?
Right. Certainly, we do fund diversion training. We have diversion work that we've collaborated with shelters on, and through a pilot that we actually started about 10 years ago, supported referrals. In the pandemic, because of the additional resources we had, we were able to expand that, and it does get us much more into basic needs support than we have provided in the past. And that program allows us to partner with many organizations, and we don't provide administration or staff support or case management, but through an allocation of resources, they can prioritize folks that they're already working with to give them the resources to house them in a housing crisis. So there's a number of programs within that prevention area that Homer Trust does invest in, nowhere to scale the way that other programs that are often legislative programs or some of the policy work around poverty and homeless prevention. That's so important. It's much larger than any of the resources that we have, but we have had targeted interventions that we've expanded and continue to fund.
Okay, so then in terms of, so I think one of the strengths of Homer Trust has been the centralization of the work and being a systems coordinator. But I think I'm hearing from you that may not be a role that would fit as well for Homer Trust with prevention on the prevention side of things.
It's not, there's within the scope of what's required in terms of prevention and the complexity of the issues people face, there is a specific role from a program funding perspective. There's also a very important role from a system planning perspective in terms of need and system pressures and planning for interventions. And the more that we can and align with not only the City of Edmonton, but other orders of government around those roles they play, the more effective we can be collectively. We don't not fund in prevention, but to scale, it's a much smaller kind of investment than most of what is referred to in the plan.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm just thinking about where this work best sits, and I think, you know, from the report, seeing the city sort of formalize a role in prevention, doing some of that convening. Do you feel that's the right place for that work to live?
I do. So, Councillor Stevenson, I might answer this a little bit differently in that my review of the corporate plan isn't so much about carving out lanes necessarily in the way that maybe that my response would have to be. I think it is about very specifically identifying within those lanes work that is led and should be led by the City of Edmonton, and where Homer Trust can be most effective in supporting that work, or vice versa, and to provide that clarity. It's not so much like amongst the continuum that prevention sits outside of Homer Trust and only with the City of Edmonton, but rather when the City of Edmonton has such a wide range of interactions with folks and support for folks that may be at risk of homelessness, where can we most effectively connect the resources that we have that are closer to intervention types of resources?
Gotcha. Okay, no, thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the work.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright?
Hi, Ms. Bjornson, I'm just wondering, I think it's the Community Bridge Program, that's what you were speaking of, right?
Yes, that's right.
So, I guess I'm just wondering sort of maybe the interrelationship with the Navigation Center as far as have they taken people off your list that your caseworkers were working with, or have they added to it?
I will have to confirm that information offline, as I don't have access to that right this time, but I can send you an email with that info.
Okay, and then I'm just wondering how many, like what's the ratio of caseworkers to people that they assist? Do you know that off?
I also do not know that information.
Okay.
My sincere apologies.
Okay, let me see, I'm just, okay, maybe I won't ask anymore. Maybe I might have questions, then we can email back and forth. Ms. McGee, I'm just wondering, the role of the city being sort of the convener, how is that different from, I guess maybe currently sort of being the funder and oversight is?
So I think there's references in the corporate plan to the convening role of the city and where that exists, and certainly within the community plan, the continued role and expectation of our funders that everything we do is community informed, and we continue to have those advisory committees and convening role. The city corporate plan certainly recognizes too, within such a large corporation, the ability to coordinate and to convene internally within the City of Edmonton. And there's examples where, for instance, I think one that really comes to mind is in our emergency responses, or whether it be summer or winter, and how we have a winter emergency response committee that Homer Trust has coordinated for some 15 years, and the City of Edmonton plays an active role in that. But the City of Edmonton also has policies that they respond to and have developed a really robust system of, as corporately, responding to those emergency situations. And so we do work really closely together on that. We would continue to convene that winter emergency response table, and then the city also has other convening roles, and I don't think it's an either or in that case.
Okay, so not much will really change in that role?
I think we have committees that the community plan and this corporate plan also affirms that there's existing tables that the city can reinforce and scaffold somewhat to make sure that the right folks within city administration too are also engaged beyond and led certainly by the Homelessness and Housing Department. But the community plan, the corporate plan still supports that, but doesn't. I think that the intentionality there is that we don't duplicate roles, that we don't try to stand up things beside each other.
Okay, that's always good to not duplicate the work. And have you, I guess maybe if you know, have you noticed it? To me, the by names list hasn't changed. It only seems to be increasing. I'm just wondering, have you seen any impact or effect from the Navigation Center, either increasing or decreasing that?
So operationally, the Navigation Center does make referrals to our teams, and then we refer to all of the intensive case management or ACT teams or supportive housing of anybody connected with us. So there's a direct linkage through a dedicated staff member as well as our regular engagement with the Government of Alberta. And in terms of how it affects the list specifically, there's a lot of, I'm sorry for using an economic term, but there's a lot of churn on that list of 3,000 plus, particularly in about the 2/3 that are what we would say provisionally housed. So individuals that have been homeless for a long time but may resolve their homelessness on their own. So there's deeper dives, and I can certainly follow up with a very specific linkage between the referrals from the Navigation Center and our team, but it won't necessarily show up in the total when so much turnover happens on that list in any given month.
Okay, and that churn, I'm just wondering, like, is there a bottleneck in not having the available housing for them? Like, does that cause some of the churn?
There's, with the additional resources that were provided over the winter, we were able to augment teams with additional housing staff, as well as having housing staff in all of the shelters that have been open, that the Government of Alberta has opened. So that's helped a lot, but the more intensive level of supports is definitely a bottleneck where individuals need either supportive housing in a congregate setting or more clinical supported interventions. So that is very much a challenge for the whole system.
Okay, thank you. My time is up.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I don't see any other questions to our speakers, so I would like to take this time to say thank you for being here to speak in front of us, and we will go now to questions of administration. Now I will go and see if Councillor Knack, you selected this item. Please go ahead.
Questions. Thank you. Thanks for all the work that went into this. This is a lot of really important information. I found some of the financial numbers really fascinating to go through in the charts there. I guess the first I just want to start with noting we all sort of, and we talked about this, 6 weeks ago now? It feels like it was just recently, but it is fair to say still right now we're waiting till the fall to hear from the province around what their plan of action on the construction of those 1,400 to 1,700 units is. Like we're willing to put in our own money, and as we've seen through the charts, we're putting in far more than almost any other municipality outside of Ontario, but we don't have their plan yet to help inform these actions.
Councillor Knack, this is Hanny Kwan from Affordable Housing and Homelessness. Yes, you're correct. We are working with our counterparts at the provincial government to chat about those spaces and how we can work together, but we don't have anything certain to report at the moment.
Yeah, there was, am I correct that there wasn't funding announced in the provincial budget for the construction of more supportive housing units that I'm aware of? Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of either.
Okay, so any additional units would have to come with subsequent funding. They they don't have to wait till the next budget cycle. They can announce at any time, but that's sort of where we're sitting right now. Similarly, we haven't, I appreciate we've put aside funding, and I think with the federal funding there will be a lot more units built in that area, but we don't yet have confirmation that those units would be staffed as of yet.
That's correct. And I will also remind Council that operational funding for supportive housing sites would typically go through Homer Trust.
Correct, yeah. The province had funded in through Homer Trust, exactly. So, okay. So I guess the question I'm curious about, after sort of having done this and sat through these conversations a while, is that do we feel it'd be worthwhile looking to see if the province wants to take a similar approach to Ontario and essentially turning over jurisdiction to the municipalities? Because I ask it because I'm worried about setting unrealistic expectations. We have this great plan in front of us that has a great number of targets that we absolutely have very limited control as to whether we can accomplish this on our own. And it feels like the last 10 years, again, I want to be very clear, everyone who's been involved, from Ms. McGee to Bissell to Boyle to city staff, have been working exceptionally hard in a system that doesn't feel like we're coordinated as well as we could be right now. And so I'm wondering, have we thought about asking them to say, should we just be the ones to take it over, Edmonton and Calgary take it over, and then actually we have a greater sense of ownership over it?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. That's a really big question with a lot of scope. We haven't had those conversations with our counterparts at the province, and I think the conversations there would have, I think they would have to start with an interest in that from the province rather than us instigating. There's also been a lot of churn and transition in the ecosystem for the last few years. And I think one of my, at least my initial reactions would be to be worried about more significant change in how we do things. Our working relationship with our counterparts has been really good as of late. And I think we'd like to just sort of continue to work on that and chat with them about what's possible and what's not possible.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I guess, and maybe it just comes for me to a lack of patience at this point. I know I feel like I'm putting a lot of hope on whatever's going to come in the fall to getting us to where we want to go, and I'm worried that if the fall comes and we continue to not see where we need to be in terms of the investment on the provincial side, you know, how long do we wait before we sort of say, okay, like we need to do something entirely different? Because I don't know. I'm looking at my colleague, Councillor Paquette, and he hasn't been around quite as long as I have. But I don't know when I'm going to see a different result. And again, that's not due to any of your work. That's just due to my worry about not being where we need to be. So, okay, I'll stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have some class here?
You know what? How about if we stop now and welcome our guests? And this is a treat. We have guests from out of town. This is a school, grade 6, right? Grade 6 from College Heights Christian School with your teacher, Jelani Koch Talbot. Hi, and you're all from, do you want to yell it out where you're all from? Lacombe, yeah. It's so nice to have you here. Thanks for visiting us here in Edmonton. Are you having fun? Yeah, great. Well, we love hosting people, so come back anytime. All right? Let's give you a round of applause. Thanks for being here today. All right, and now I'll go over to Councillor Paquette, and he'll ask his questions.
Thank you. Fun fact, former Premier Don Getty once mused about moving the provincial capital to Lacombe. So I don't know why that didn't happen, but all right. So understanding that the issue of homelessness, houselessness, is firmly in the responsibility of the provincial government, and that the federal government tried to extract itself in the 90s out of funding this, and then seeing that the Alberta government since that time did not fill the financial gap, but instead downloaded much of that onto municipalities. In follow-up to Councillor Knack's question, in Ontario they did, in a way, by giving housing authority to municipalities, but it also came with attendant funding from the province. So I'm just wondering, is there a formula that, and maybe this is outside of our knowledge, is there a formula that they're using in Ontario that is sort of hard and fast for how the province funds municipalities, or is it something that is variable?
I think we're meandering into the MGA, of which I am not an expert, and so I don't want to say things that could perhaps compromise this conversation, but I do also believe that in Ontario, in addition to having the housing authority, they also have a health authority as well. So I think we're starting to dabble in a space that I'm not sure us as administration might be equipped to go, but certainly as our political governors, if you wanted to have that conversation with your political counterparts to explore, that might be the venue.
Would the provincial government maybe want to share that kind of power? I'm kidding. Okay, so the next question then is that I noticed that in the Falville report, there's some slides that really caught my eye, and one of them is figure 11B, and it's homeless-related services, and it shows that in Edmonton, the federal government kicks in $11 million, the provincial government kicks in 12, and the city of Edmonton kicks in 20, which is a full percentage of a tax rate. While in Calgary, the municipality puts in nothing, the federal government puts in nothing, but the provincial government puts in $28 million. have we ever gotten a rationale for that? For why Calgary gets such an outsized amount of funding compared to Edmonton, and therefore can save on those tax dollars?
Councillor, we can circle back with you about that specific information and see if we can provide some clarification.
Okay. All right. That would be helpful because that is a very stark stat right there. Okay. So I guess that would be the same for all of the slides then, that if I had questions, we'd circle back.
Depending on how specific the question is, I'm trying to look up 11B myself.
It's all about rationale and justification for where funding goes and doesn't, and why Edmonton's always seems to be on the shorter end of the stick compared to our Calgary counterparts. Because if there's a logical rationale for that, I'd love to know it, because I can't find one myself, and I thought I'd ask the experts.
We'll have to bring that back after some analysis.
Okay. All right. By the way, I should mention this great work. I want to say that. Great work on the city side. I love this report. So just to be clear, this report is received for information because this is a corporate plan. And then the follow-up to this will be in the fall. Is that right? As far as, because you don't need any actions, you don't need any decisions here, but you may be bringing things forward to council for decisions with this as sort of the base of our corporate plan and our understanding.
I think we would be seeking council approval for this as our corporate, because it is the corporate plan, so as our corporate plan for going forward. If there are any additional funding required as we move forward on implementations, et cetera, that would come forward in supplemental budget conversations or for your budget deliberations.
Okay, and pardon me, has there ever been sort of a, and I don't know this, has there ever been sort of a council direction to figure out how we extract ourselves from this area that is not in our lane?
I think it would just be to never fund a service package we bring forward. That would probably be the direction.
But there would be no one picking up the pieces.
That would be the risk.
Okay, I'll take a turn here now. I would like to ask, this report was initiated through an audit recommendation, is that correct? During audit committee?
Yes.
Okay, and at what, so this will, well, if it passes, it will be recommended to City Council, that City Council approve?
Yes.
Okay, and then at that point, if it passes, then will it come back to audit committee to show that the recommendation were met, or maybe the city auditor can respond?
No, once it's passed by council, we can close the recommendations, so they'll fall off of the recommendation follow-up report that audit committee receives.
Right, so it will come, like it'll come to audit to show that it was complete?
It will show up on there as a just a closed recommendation.
Okay, yeah. So what happens, not that I'm expecting it wouldn't pass, but what happens if it doesn't pass?
We would just work with administration to probably get a new due date for that one and continue to monitor and wait for that to pass.
Okay, I see. All right. I think, yeah, those were my only questions for now. Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Sure, well, maybe just to follow up from that, as the city auditor, do you feel that this has met the expectations of the audit?
Yeah, we will close recommendations 1 and recommendations 2. There's a third recommendation that will remain outstanding, but that has to do with evaluation. So it will take some time beyond the approval of this plan to get.
Okay, and then in terms of the evaluation framework that they've set out, is that looking good?
Yeah, we've been working with them in preparation for that, and but we will need to see the evaluation take place before we close the recommendation.
Gotcha, great, thank you so much. Okay, Mel, maybe back to administration. Really appreciate the report. I think it's so helpful to see a lot of things mapped out and just, really important lenses, I think, looking at, how transit fare helps prevent houselessness. I really appreciate that holistic view. I did, I think on a similar theme to some of my colleagues, although I haven't been around as long, I do have this question around prevention. First, just in terms of, does it make sense for us to be convening and coordinating this? And then what does it mean in terms of our jurisdiction, in terms of, are we providing income support to folks? How are we sort of navigating those tensions?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I think to Ms. McGee's comments earlier when she spoke, the convening and coordinating role really that we play is supplemental to what Homeward Trust is obligated to do as part of their responsibilities. And so we would never, as she said, convene side by side, and we're mostly looking to fill gaps and also seize opportunities where it makes a lot of sense for the city to support. And then in terms of
maybe I'll just stop there though. So
sure.
I guess then I'm not sure that's because I think that makes total sense. I really appreciate that. I'm not sure that I understand that from the objectives, which just sort of says, very clearly convene and coordinate a homelessness prevention program. I think the actions do speak to working with Homeward Trust on, the rehousing folks who are at risk of homelessness due to closure of problem properties. But again, I suppose if it's clear to administration that that's the approach, it just seems to me the action plan sets out sort of a bigger role in that convening piece, or a leading role in that convening piece.
That's correct, Councillor, and apologies if it's not clear as we've stated it in the plan, but there's a really large spectrum of potential actions that can be undertaken in terms of what prevention looks like. And so what you heard from Ms. McGee is that in terms of diversion programming and the kinds of prevention that Homeward Trust undertakes, that's on the spectrum of where we are upstream. That's on one end, and what we're trying to focus on is on activities that are further upstream from that. So folks who aren't already homeless, but perhaps at risk, or even further up than that. So when we did our engagement and our research, that's the area that we found made the most sense for us to support and to try and lead. It also made the most sense in terms of the cost effectiveness for the city, given our limited financial constraints.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I appreciate that. I think I'll maybe just reflect on that a bit further, but I'm wondering too, so when we look at the efficacy of some of the education pieces, so I know that we have a target around 100% of participants feeling better informed, but I know that we're not necessarily measuring housing outcomes with that. I'm just trying to think about, I think there has been thinking about some of the financial literacy training that happens, and ultimately at the end of the day, it may not be that people are making bad choices or that they're financially illiterate. It's just that their incomes are just not possible to survive on because they're too low. I'm just wondering, with the housing education, how are we ensuring that that's translating into more secure housing outcomes for folks?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's a really good question. A part of why we need to convene, subject to council's approval of the plan, an accountability table is to be able to really dig into how we measure our performance related to a lot of these tactics and objectives. And in the prevention space in particular, we anticipate that to be, of course, a bit of a challenge, and we have to find a way to talk to the folks that we're serving and find out how we can measure those housing outcomes across the corporation with all of our activities. This is also true of the homelessness response category work. We could find it somewhat challenging to get the data that we need to be able to evaluate, but that's what we're hoping to do when we convene the accountability table and lean into that.
Okay, great. Really appreciate it. I'll come back for some more questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'm just wondering where I should start. Maybe the What We Heard report. So I'm just wondering, the part of the community plan, there was 177 people contacted. Did that include the 2 presenters today and or frontline workers from those agencies or from those organizations?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And then we've got, we do have an advisory board, WAVE, and I'm just wondering why they weren't connected with. I mean, they represent women and the 2S LGBTQI plus views.
Thanks, Councillor. So we leveraged previous engagement done for the affordable housing strategy, which provided a lot of alignment and direction for the development of this plan, where WAVE was consulted. And we see a lot of opportunities moving forward to incorporate input from advisory boards and relevant community organizations who are participating along the spectrum of actions. So we anticipate that we're going to be able to work with WAVE and other groups like them as the plan is implemented, should it be approved.
Okay, okay, good, because that's what we have them there for. And then I'm just, where have I got something else here? Oh, the minimum shelter standards that are noted, I think it's an attachment, attachment 1. The city isn't responsible for shelters, right? That's provincial?
That's correct.
And does the province adhere to our minimum shelter standards?
Those guidelines were always aspirational, talking about best and leading practices.
Okay, so if we're only aspiring to that and we have no control over them being met, should they be included in the plan?
Councillor, there's still a useful benefit to having a best practices tool like the shelter standards for operators to be able to aspire to, and it helps us make sure that as much as possible and within funding constraints, that the shelter part of the ecosystem is operating at its maximum efficiency.
Okay, but the province isn't on side to operate at the maximum efficiency that we've aspired to. So has there been any talk with them about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the province is aware of this work and has actually done a number of things that are in alignment with these shelter standards. It's an evolving space of trying to be a little bit better today than we were yesterday.
Okay, I mean, shouldn't we be adhering to what their shelter standards are, and then across the province, I guess, would be the best thing.
Yeah, there are standards. They're called something different. It's more operational that exist that governs what is done and constructed and operated within a shelter space.
Because we really don't have the responsibility, the authority to direct the province in this.
You're correct.
So why are we doing it? I mean, I know it's aspirational. It's a wonderful place to get to, but if we have no control over it.
Having that conversation provides us a grounding. The work that was done there, again, was based on conversations that we've had in Edmonton, observations of what works in Edmonton, what might work in the future in Edmonton. But we also recognize the financial constraints that we all face, that our province faces, that we face as a municipality, that community organizations face as well. And so by being able to put it into a format that can serve as a basis for conversation, as Ms. Flaman has said, allows us to have those continually improving conversations around what is likely to work in Edmonton and how can we move towards those goals together.
Okay, it just doesn't make sense to me. Okay, you talk about one of the other councillors' questions about the risk if we were just to withdraw and get out of their lane. What would be the impact if you could just give me an idea? What would happen if the city no longer supported our homeless population and help them with housing?
Councillor, if I could clarify, do you mean what would happen if we didn't do any of the things listed in the plan?
Right, because it's not really our responsibility, correct?
Well, I think that there's quite a comprehensive number of things that we do as listed in this plan. And I think the city has always played some role. So if we got out of this altogether, that would include things like our affordable housing investment grant program, our extreme weather response. I think what we would see is we would see a very extreme capacity problem in the sector. and some real gaps in terms of the services delivered to people who are unhoused.
And then who would be responsible to fill those gaps? Oh, then my time is up, but quickly.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We will come back to you, I'm sure. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thank you for all the work that's gone into this. I'll just start with some questions around just around role clarity. So yeah, my understanding is that through the community plan, there are efforts to establish those clear lines of accountability and responsibility, and then layered on top of that, the corporate plan would detail our role as municipality. I understand the province has a plan. Is that plan similarly detailed in outlining their roles and responsibilities in relation to municipalities?
Yes, Councillor, I believe they are. And we actually used a scan of all the other orders of government's plans and strategies to make sure that we were in alignment with what the existing plans are of theirs.
Okay. And I guess similar to some of my colleagues, one of my concerns would be around setting expectations around what we can reasonably achieve within the confines of municipal funding and municipal jurisdiction. So maybe just to piggyback on some of the questions about our role in the prevention space, recognizing that that's kind of a spectrum or continuum, how are we going to determine what is appropriate to take responsibility for within the prevention space and what is not?
Thank you, Councillor. That's a good question as well. I think, and it sounds like maybe there was one of my colleagues want to jump in, but I'll just speak first and let them follow. Any of the activities we take, whether it's under prevention or any of the other buckets, really depends on what actors are currently doing in the sector. So the sort of coordinating piece of the role is really important so that we understand how we're fitting in to the puzzle of what's happening in the sector. And as I had mentioned before, in the prevention space, it seemed like there was a gap in terms of really upstream work that we would be able to fill potentially with the sort of limited funding, convening, and coordinating roles.
Okay, and then maybe as a follow-up to that, I'm just thinking across those spaces, prevention, resolution, and response, how do we start to determine ideal investment or energy distribution across those spaces? Or is that, again, going to depend on what we're seeing in the ecosystem overall?
Thank you for the question. I think it'll depend on a number of variables. So I think over the course of time, as we start to really roll out our performance evaluation activities, let's start to understand where we're having the biggest impact and where we're getting the best return for our investments. And then, of course, it also depends on what's happening with not only the homeless serving system of care, but also other allied systems in terms of those investments. And so if we can position ourselves in a place where it makes sense, where maybe there is a gap, or maybe where it makes sense for us to be the ones to provide the leadership of the coordination, that's where we would want to go. But we'd have to factor all of those things in together at the same time.
Okay. And then I think I've asked maybe a version of this question in the past, but I'm gonna ask again. I think maybe I'll just draw a comparison to the energy transition strategy, where we have ambitious goals and targets that require buy-in and investment from all orders of government, and we know what our investment needs to be in order to make progress on those goals. And I'm wondering what that would look like in this space, and if we've done that type of financial analysis, saying in order to do what we say we want to do, it is going to cost this much, and this is what our expectations are from municipal government, provincial, and federal, with dollar amounts.
Is there a particular set of targets you're referring to, Councillor?
I mean, within the overall affordable housing strategy.
Mm-hmm. So what we've learned in the last number of years is that when we provide the consistent and reliable investment upfront for affordable housing providers, they're in a much better position to be able to leverage funding from other orders of government and other sources. And so we would apply a similar approach because it seems to have proven to be effective. But in the homelessness and housing services plan, a lot of the work really is, and this was really meant to be an accounting of all the things that we already do relative to homelessness and the symptoms of homelessness. And so a lot of that is within the control of the city itself. So we wouldn't necessarily need to, on a number of these tactics, try and leverage funding from other sources necessarily. But in this case, we would just be able to use what we have, and also with our subsidy agreements and our contracts and so forth, be able to move the work in the direction that we want towards our targets.
Okay, I'll come back for another round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang?
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Principe, and thank you for the delegation, the presentation, and the speakers. Although unfortunately I missed the presentation from our speakers earlier, I'm sure they were excellent. I appreciate this report. I think it's very helpful to frame it as prevention, resolution, and response. And wow, I think it's really clear that we're spending disproportionate amount of energy and resource on the response side. I'm wondering, first of all, if this kind of framing of prevention, resolution, and response and the language used here is consistent with the provincial plan.
Could you kindly reframe the question?
So one of my concerns is that every sector, every agency, every level of government have their own use of language when it comes to homelessness strategy. And I was hoping our corporate plan, the community plan, is an opportunity to get some of these languages and framing to be consistent. So I'm wondering if the framing here in terms of prevention, resolution, response is intuitively understood by other orders of government as well.
Thank you, Councillor. That's a good question as well. I want to say, first of all, that the language that we used in this plan wasn't intended to necessarily mimic the language in the plans from other orders of government. These 3 buckets of work actually emerged from the work to understand what we were already doing. And so in the conversations we had with other business areas internally, this was the way that it made the most sense to categorize the work. And so I would suggest that while I agree with the aim of trying to align language across different orders of government plans, this really reflects sort of our local context in terms of what we're already doing and what made sense to the folks here. And so, and that may not make sense for a provincial plan where they're trying to represent what might be happening in other cities across the province. But for us, the buckets really just emerged from that conversation we had with our internal colleagues.
Okay. That makes sense to me, although now I am worried that remains a gap, but I'll speak to that later. Just on the first bucket, on the homelessness prevention, there's a lot of talk around the centralizing and coordinating kind of resources, like the coordinated integrated prevention program across the city. That sounds a lot like mini navigation centers across Edmonton run by the city. I guess I'm just wondering if you can kind of elaborate, what does that look like? Is it about expanding on, this small tenant support team with some additional roles and deploy them as multiple teams across the city?
Yeah, thank you. And again, apologies that we weren't clear enough in the report to describe what that looks like. So this isn't about expanding additional city staff. It's also not necessarily about deploying city staff in direct service roles. What this is about is trying to create the access for folks who are not experiencing homelessness, but are perhaps at risk of it, or again, further upstream. So if they're interacting with either a frontline provider from a partner agency, or even a frontline city staff person at some access point throughout the city, and there could be various options for this, that they're getting all of the same resources, referrals, and access to information that anyone else would be at any other geographic location, so that it's coordinated. It's just very much like how coordinated access works with Home Trust, but okay, from a prevention standpoint.
Right. And I think as you kind of roll out programs like this, as you implement the plan, I hope you engage folks with lived experience in either story mapping or journey mapping, how these interactions will go to really kind of to get that feedback in. You mentioned earlier, this is about where to best invest cities' investment more strategically, more upstream. You know, the discussion around rent bank, for example, is that like rent subsidy? Because doesn't that make us go further out of our lane? I know I'm coming down the seconds. I will probably come back because I do have questions on each of the response and resolution.
Thank you.
And I can save my time for the response. Thank you.
Sorry, thanks, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack?
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually debating if I have any more questions at this point now, or if I just want to get to... well, actually, I do have a question that might help whether or not I do anything subsequent. So I'm just going to keep coming back to, I keep hearing about sort of a fallish time. I understand that we don't have necessarily a hard timeline provided by the province yet to date around what their housing strategy looks like yet. We've heard fall, but like they don't have a target date yet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But high level, you have been hearing something would be done in the fall, is the hope, I think. Is that fair, or was that just more of you're like, this is what we're hoping? Or have you received anything that sort of suggests that's what we're looking at right now?
We would certainly welcome that, but I don't want to presuppose the provincial timeline.
It's their timeline, but just getting a sense of, so at the moment, let's assume that does happen. Was there going to be, would there be any thought around, is there a plan for a report back, or a, hey, the province has agreed that they're going to come in with funding for 1,000 supportive housing units. Here's the timeline they expect to do that. Was that something that we have something on an agenda in the future to come back towards?
We're hoping to have more information once we share our affordable housing investment plan with council.
Okay. And the other question I guess I wanted to ask, and this just goes back about to that jurisdiction conversation, appreciating, you know, we're the ones that have ultimately asked to fill in, to do as much as we can. Has there ever been a talk about like what an exit strategy does look like, to say, okay, you know, the province keeps asking us to stay in our lane. We would like to stay in our lane, but to do that, we would need to exit out of these areas that we're currently funding. We would need to assure there's something to be picking. They're going to pick that up. Has there ever been a conversation with the province around anything like that?
We haven't had that specific conversation. I think that would need to have a look at the various line items that we're funding, have those conversations about what are the possibilities for where that could go. Is there any appetite, and is there willingness to step out of that funding if there isn't commitment elsewhere to step into that? So that's quite an extensive list of things to endeavor. We could begin those conversations at the direction of council, but those would take some time.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that, and there's a lot of nuances, a little bit to Councillor Wright's question around, like, if we stop and there's nobody to pick it up, literally people probably die. That's part of the outcome that happens, and so I wouldn't want us to just say, no, we're out. That would be heartless. So, but I also am curious about how we get there. So I am thinking about maybe council needs to provide some direction on that, and saying maybe we should start to have those conversations. Okay, I'm going to think about that some more. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson? Oh, right. Councillor Paquette, you're on committee. Please go ahead.
For now. Thank you. Yeah, following up with that, I would be all in favor of that kind of conversation. And I'm just wondering, like, look, it can sound like, and this is what I'm worried about, it sounds like a game of chicken. It's like, oh, well, we'll pull out, and you better pick up the pieces or else people are going to die. I don't think that would be the intention. So has there been any communication from the provincial government? Because they keep telling us stay in our lane. They keep telling us that. So in the development of their housing plan, are they indicating like, we want to let you guys go. We don't want you to have to pick up these provincial responsibilities. So don't worry, our plan is going to take account of that. We're going to release you from having a property tax dollars going toward what is ultimately our job to do.
I have not had that conversation. No one
Not
has
had
said, don't worry, we got this.
Because the problem is, the longer that we engage in this and the more we do of this, the more the public gets an impression that this is a municipal job and that we are failing at a municipal responsibility, which that's a reality that doesn't exist. So how do we start changing this conversation so that the appropriate expectations are on the appropriate level of government?
So an example might be when council wonders about what's happening in shelters, it might give the impression that council has an ability to influence what happens in shelters.
Right. But the reality is we're just deeply concerned about the welfare and safety of people that are living in our city. Yeah, because this is tricky, because social services, that's not a municipal responsibility, that's a provincial responsibility, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so that includes housing, includes mental health, includes addiction support. It includes all of the things that are causing issues in our streets and for people to live and die on our streets that we have been scrambling with provincial dollars to address, or with municipal dollars to address. It's just, I don't know. I guess I don't know where my question is, what is going on? But that's not for you to answer. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you so much. Lots of big conversations that, I think go beyond the report, but are, really intricately connected to the report and what's in front of us. I wanted to come back to this piece too around the hygiene hub. And maybe I'll just preface all of this by saying to staff that I think everything you have in your plan is absolutely right. I think in terms of the priorities, the importance of prevention, the commitment to providing facilities for folks while they're experiencing homelessness, that it's all on point and very much agreed to. I think we're just trying to figure out our role and what's sustainable for us as a city. And so I did want to talk a bit about the hygiene hubs, and I'm struggling with that one, sort of making it a permanent feature. Again, I think it's a really important facility, but it does seem to be, solely there to fill a gap that exists because of responsibilities of other orders of government and housing, which we also play a role in. So I'm wondering, I'm thinking about our public washroom strategy. That's something I'm, really happy to have supported and to see rolling out. And I think what we see is that many Edmontonians benefit from that. I'm wondering if there's been some thinking around the hygiene hub and how that makes sense at a community level, not necessarily just for addressing houselessness, but again, does that become combined with end-of-trip facilities to support some of our cycling? Does it become, a affordable laundry access point to support a range of Edmontonians? So just wondering, that may be beyond the scope of this conversation, but just wondering if any of that thinking has happened.
Certainly it is. And then we, as administration, we then start wanting to really focus on core services, right? So is laundry service a core service of a municipality? Is that what a taxpayer would expect? Like those same conversations that you have amongst yourselves are the exact same ones that we have with ourselves, and what do we suggest? And, what is the core service behind it? So for example, the hygiene hub, if it's about communicable disease, if it's about Shigella, that is a health response. We are not the health authority. So we spin out trying to do the right thing for the right reason with no money.
Mm-hmm. And so recognizing those conversations have happened, what led to the recommendation for the hygiene hub to go forward?
I think we wanted to take it to council. It seems and feels a bit big for us to make that call. We wanted to give council the governing ability to make the call through a service package, if that aligns with what council's direction would be.
Okay, so am I hearing that the decision point isn't necessarily with this strategy, but with the funding? Because I just worry about approving a funding package. Approving a strategy that presumes future investment.
Yeah, we would honor council's decision-making at every point to allow for that decision per service package.
Okay. Yeah, and it's tricky, and I, would look to my colleagues for their input in terms of whether we make this decision sort of at this strategy level or when the funding comes forward. And again, recognizing that it's a much-needed service, it adds a ton of value, in terms of supporting those who are experiencing homelessness right now. So I'll maybe just leave that out there. I'm going to come back for another round, but I just have a few sort of scattershot ones. I really love the idea of the policies around when we jump in on emergencies, what triggers that. And I'm wondering too if that will be a fairly delegated authority so that administration can automate some of that decision rather than it having to come to council.
The intention would be to explore that.
Great. I think a high degree of delegated authority around that would be really beneficial. Homelessness prevention, are we doing any work around safe housing with maximum heat standards? So I know we have minimum heat standards, I think in the building code, or maybe it's Alberta Health Services, homes have to maintain a minimum temperature in the winter. I think given the extreme heat that we're seeing, has there been any conversation around maximum heat requirements?
We'd
There
have
have
to take
not-
that away and come back to you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Hannah, go ahead.
I was just going to say there have not been conversations about that in the context of this work, but we can take that away.
Okay, thank you. We'll save the rest for one more round. I think I can do it. Thank you so much.
Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thanks so much. So the work around the corporate cost of homelessness is really, really interesting. And my understanding is that we're sort of venturing into new territory here. We're one of the first municipalities to try to quantify this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, yeah, great that we'd be tracking and measuring those costs. What are the anticipated actions that would arise from that work? So we're tracking, we're measuring. What is that informing? Like how do we anticipate that data being used or actioned?
A part of it will be tied to the performance measurement framework. And so really the thought process in putting together those three categories and having an opportunity to bring the buckets of work across the corporation into alignment and understand the costs associated with that work is to make sure that what we're investing is getting impact and that we're able to track that impact collectively.
Okay, that's helpful. So sort of that, internal measurement. Do you foresee there being an opportunity for I guess if we're noticing we are incurring significant costs in a particular area, advocacy opportunities. Like I see this as a way to, quite frankly, track some downloading.
Yes.
Agreed? Okay.
Agreed.
Okay. And then, I was also pleased to see some of the work around establishing a decision-making framework for when to jump in on emergency response. I guess just curious, will that work include, I guess my question is how do we determine, and maybe this is to come through the establishment of the framework, but how would we even draw that line? Is that going to be in partnership with other agencies, other orders of government? What would that look like? Or is that the work you're about to do?
Yeah, I think that's to be determined, but we definitely would include conversations with folks from other jurisdictions to ensure that we're all on the same page.
Okay, great. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Respond to my earlier question around rent bank.
Councillor, could you repeat the question? Could you repeat the question for us, please?
Sorry, my internet's not great today. Were you gonna respond to my question around rent bank?
Could you repeat the rent bank question again, please?
So there's quite a bit of discussion around rent bank. It came out of that pivotal research attachment 5, I think. Is that where you see the city being strategic about an investment? Because to me, that's further subsidizing rent subsidy, which is so far out of our lane.
Right. Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor, for repeating it. So any of the, so we'd have to explore that, but any of the potential financial interventions that are referenced in the prevention work are all meant to be at most one-time financial interventions, and interventions that are meant to divert people from being in situations where they might actually require more ongoing supports. So that, the best example that we referenced in the report is the Bissell Community Bridge Program. And so these are not meant to be ongoing subsidies. They're not meant to mimic income supports in any way. They're really just meant as preventative measures in those situations where a one-time financial support tool would keep people housed and then therefore out of the system.
And I would just add that there is the action in the plan around doing a feasibility study to better understand the need for financial supports and tools is what was developed out of that pivotal report, recognizing that we need to do a bit of a gaps analysis to understand exactly who, where, and when needs what kind of financial intervention, and then be positioned to advocate for that.
Yeah, and I will say I had a bit of a similar reaction to this as the hygiene hub as well. Is that, there's a lot of talks about lanes in the conversation today, and I'm just wary about recommendations, even if it does require more feasibility work. That kind of puts us further and further out, and we've seen impact of one-time funding that eventually turns into ongoing, and it's very hard to pull that back once it becomes that. So I think that's just where my wariness comes from. On homelessness resolution, I note that bridge housing is seen as a pretty critical solution to that spectrum. I'm reminded of some of the past research that you referenced, affordable housing needs assessment. The example of the little faded gray house run by folks in the community. They're not part of the system, but they are making it work under their terms. And I guess I'm wondering, do we recognize that? And how do we better work with folks like that that's out of the system through this kind of mutual aid? I'm not talking about mutual aid groups, but a bit of grassroots approach, essentially providing something like a bridge housing. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a good question. I'm thinking about how we do that because to a large degree, when folks resolve their own homelessness, we don't necessarily see that as our opportunity to then sort of bring that into the fold or bring that into the system necessarily. I think it's a good thing that there are folks that resolve their homelessness through their own supports and through ways that are different than how a government might respond. So I'd have to think a little bit more. I think we'd have to think about how we would in the delivery of the plan, not necessarily the contents of the plan as it is, but the delivery of it, how we could involve conversations with folks about alternative ways that we could do something like bridge housing.
Yeah, and I think in that case, when that particular house came in contact with the system, the system actually forced them into eviction and forced them into homelessness, and we're not necessarily giving kind of what they were doing any kind of support or credibility. So I just want to flag that. Action 4.4, which is on page 24. I'm curious, who are the interdisciplinary teams you're talking about? Does that include, say, mutual aid groups? This is the housing-focused training.
Oh, yeah. Well, primarily, as we have mentioned, this is primarily and sort of an inward-focused plan.
Corporate, okay.
Yeah,
corporate.
To get our house in order. I think that once, as time passes, if we start to see that the various training opportunities that we've referenced in the plan are working and they're making sense, we can start examining whether or not that's something we can contribute to rolling out externally.
Great, thank you. I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. So I'm just thinking so we're investing in housing and helping those because the impacts, if we don't, are municipal responsibilities, such as transit safety, such as maybe some of our parks cleanup. So are we saving money by investing this money? If we didn't and left it up to those whose responsibility it is?
Without those other supports, there would certainly be impacts on other costs to the city.
Okay. But we don't know whether we're netting out more or less.
Have not done that analysis.
Okay. And then I'm just looking at, again, attachment 1, I think it is, where it talks about that the province's action plan was in response to recommendations from their recovery-oriented housing model. So in the research and feedback and everything that you've got, did everyone that's experienced homelessness, did they have an addiction from which they wanted to recover?
When we look at the 2022 point in time count, 80% of those who responded shared that they had a drug dependence.
That they wanted to recover from?
That they had a drug dependence. I can't speak to where people are in their journey of recovery and their ability or interest with their executive function to take the help that may be offered.
Okay. So that's not necessarily going to be the solution for everybody, is to get into a recovery-based housing.
Well, I think, like with everything, it's not all one or all the other. I think there's probably a lot of gray.
Okay. And so what happens, I'm just thinking, some of the organizations, I don't know, like Bissell, like Boyle, that maybe don't subscribe to that as being a hard and fast rule that somebody needs to get into recovery. What happens to the funding and that they would receive? Like if they don't subscribe to the province's overall recovery-based model, are they out of luck and we just have to continue funding them?
I can't speak to how the GOA makes its funding decisions.
Okay. And then, okay, so then can you at all speak to the 21, what is it, the foundations, the Stronger Foundations strategy that the province rolled out back in, I think, 2021?
Is that referenced in this report?
It's not. It is something that they rolled out under Bill, what is it, 78 for their Alberta Housing Amendment Act. I'm just wondering if you've had any discussions with the province about that and how what success that they've had with that program.
We'll have to come back to you on that one.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I guess that's... Oh, I did... There was a news item I caught last week or something like that about someone who has, from the Navigation Center, was referred over to a shelter. Quite happy with the shelter space that they've had since February. So is shelter like sort of bridge housing, or like they've been there, what, for 4 months now? March, April, May, June, yeah. Like, I thought shelters are supposed to be temporary.
Did they disclose which shelter?
Hope Mission. It's the one above the Navigation Center.
Yeah, I would have to get back to you to understand what the length of stay looks like.
Okay, but normally shelter space would be for how long?
Typically 24/7 emergency shelter space is typically for a night, but you can come back repeated nights. There isn't a prohibition about you can continue to use that service.
Okay, but is it expected that that would be a normal 4-month stay? No?
Councillor, I would suggest that shelters are really meant to be brief temporary accommodations. And I would speculate that if we're seeing folks who are staying longer, it's a sign of the lack of capacity and bottlenecks in the system.
Okay, so we need to do more beyond just shelters. Okay, because they are temporary. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you very much. Just a first one, very quick. Are we working with landlords around eviction prevention programs? So with bodies like ARLA or other landlord representatives?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We have in the past, and then we did receive direction to review what previously was called the Landlord and Tenant Advisory Board program, and we were directed not to work with landlords and to work more closely with tenants who are at risk of homelessness or at risk of losing their housing. But we can when we decide to go and expand into the prevention work, start to bring some of those landlord associations along again.
Great, glad to hear it. I wanted to ask a bigger question just around accountability. So I really appreciate social development, taking on this role in that table that's shown in terms of accountabilities, the RAIC. It all seems to be on social development, though, for responsibility and accountability. And that sort of struck me because I think, particularly with our goal around the city contributing to increased housing outcomes for unsheltered people year over year, I feel like a lot of that responsibility will lie with frontline staff, with peace officers, with firefighters, with others who are out in the community. So, but I don't see that reflected in the accountability matrix. So just wanted to put that out there for conversation and just sort of understand how the team's approaching that.
I think the Affordable Housing and Homelessness team and the Social Development Branch as a whole is well positioned to be a really valuable resource for areas of the city that are delivering frontline services and maybe interacting with unsheltered people. And so the purpose of the training and sort of the bucket on training and resources and actions was that we heard loud and clear that regardless of your job description, there are a whole bunch of different city staff that are interacting with vulnerable folks on a regular day, and that we need to ensure that those people have the tools that they need. And so we're positioning ourselves really to be the steward of that information, recognizing that we're not doing that frontline work, it might be coming from other areas of the city.
And I think that's excellent. I think that's a great role. At the same time, those teams will be responsible for implementing the teaching and the training that they receive. And so how are they held accountable in terms of referrals, in terms, what's the mutual accountability there, I guess?
I think that'll have to be achieved through the performance measurement framework and that internal accountability table. So ensuring that, and there's some work to be done on this for sure, but recognizing that if we have a strong internal governance mechanism with the right people participating in conversations about how their staff are being engaged, how their staff are finding this work valuable, and providing recommendations back to the accountability table to reform and do system adjustments in terms of the training and supports that are being provided to folks, will be a really valuable feedback loop.
Councillor, I would add too that when we spoke with folks across the corporation that where homelessness wasn't explicitly within their mandated roles, it made a lot of sense for the experience and the expertise of our branch to help those folks understand how they could be accountable for this work. And I know you're not intentionally suggesting this either, but all of the folks that we spoke to as well, in terms of our colleagues, suggested that they are more than happy to be involved in this work and participate and contribute to this work, in spite of the fact that their mandates did not explicitly name homelessness.
Absolutely, and I think that was really encouraging to see. And, it's ensuring too, I think that, when we can track things like, let's say, warnings versus tickets, that also speaks to how effective the training is, how equipped people are with the alternative tools. Because I think, again, I see a really strong relationship between this work and our public spaces bylaw, for example, and how that's rolled out and how that's implemented. And I think that there is reciprocity there. So appreciate that some of that work will be ongoing. Maybe just a very last one, I really like the 4 roles that are set out. And then I'm not sure that I see the connection or how those are kind of mapped into the goals and actions. I think some of it is implicit, but I'm wondering if that's an exercise just in terms of, we see a role around advocacy. But I think I see only one action that really relates to advocacy in terms of some of the data collection. So yeah, wondering if there's an opportunity there to more directly link the roles with some of the actions.
Yeah, we could do that, Councillor. As we, again, subject to Council's approval, as we implement this plan, we can lay out a layer so that it can be clear what our role, what role we're playing in each action.
Perfect. Great. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Councillor Stevenson brought up the public place bylaw, so maybe I'll just continue on that because that's a question I had under homelessness response. I see the intent is really around keeping homeless people safe. And it did make me think about the public place bylaw policy, which I know there's still lots of work to be done. As an example, I brought this up last week. People who are, let's say, struggling with addiction issues in public space, part of the safety for them is if there's a bit of a community response in case something does happen. With the way the public place bylaw was going to be developed at, at the last iteration, they would be pushed into shadier spaces to do things that might pose further danger to their safety, and recognizing addiction and homelessness and mental health are really intricately connected. I do wonder, what kind of internal conversation have you had around some of these tensions? One thing I also heard from the community is like, well, then give us a space where we can do drugs safely. And that's where all the supervised consumption services and overdose prevention site comes in. And some of them aren't going to be moving forward. And so I guess I'm thinking about all those things. I'm worried about this tension as we roll out this plan, and I'm curious about your team's internal dialogue around this.
Hi there, this is Ariza Jua from Legal Services. So the relationship between this public spaces bylaw and this corporate plan are very intertwined in that the learnings from this corporate plan will be used to inform the work that's being done in the public spaces bylaw. But as we know, that public spaces bylaw is still being worked on. So how that will end up looking, we can't speak to yet. But like you mentioned earlier, the goal is similar in that safer public spaces for everyone. So it is definitely noted that the learnings from here can be carried forward as that public spaces bylaw is being reworked.
I see Sindel just joined. I don't know if you wanted to comment on that as well, or...
I can also comment,
Sure.
Councillor. Mike Gunther here from Legal Services. The two projects, they're complementary in a lot of respects, but there are different roles for both a bylaw, which ultimately serves to regulate and largely prohibit. A bylaw can't enable, so to speak, as much as it can govern, and ultimately serves to prohibit. The work that's going on here with the homelessness work is very much enabling and looking where we can actually allocate resources. So in some respects, they're two sides of the same coin because there are overlaps, but what each tool seeks to achieve or seeks to ultimately work with is different in many respects.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they're the two sides of the same coin. I think parts of me wonder if they're actually contradictory, I think is what I was trying to get at. But so I'll just flag that was kind of the main tension that I felt when I read through that section. I guess back to the housing folks, action 6.1, 6.2, specific question there. Actually, 6.1 was a motion I had made. It's been repealed as of last week's repealing bylaw. Wondering if you can speak to how will you report back on that work?
Thank you, Councillor. And reporting back will be an output of our work to develop the performance measurement framework with the accountability table. Well, we foresee it at very least a public dashboard for transparency and for thoroughness to be able to show how we're progressing on all of these actions.
I'm not sure if that really kind of meets the intent of what I had initially made that motion, but it's been repealed. Nonetheless, I just want to flag, as we roll out this homelessness response corporately, and we're spending millions on prevention, resolution, and response, is it possible to earmark a portion for innovation or for co-creation with folks with lived experience?
Councillor,
go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor. I would say that I just want to note that the work on the reassessment of that living experience work is ongoing, and just recognizing that work is still underway from sort of a preliminary perspective. We're starting to make connections between like the makeshifter segmentation from that housing needs assessment report and the work around rehousing folks out of problem properties. There's certainly alignment between the lived experience components and some of the actions in this plan, and we will look for opportunities to test and collaborate and work alongside with people with lived and living experience where at all possible.
Thank you, Rachel. Madam Chair, I just have two final questions, and if no one else, I like just one more round.
Yeah, please continue.
Thank you. And then just question on the homelessness prevention envelope. I think this was a service package that was approved during the 4-year budget. I see in the report you talk about we've spent some of that on tenant support, but if I recall, part of that was also on AHIP. Is that right? Or was there any portion spent, I was wondering, on bridge housing?
No, I don't believe there was, Councillor, I think, but the prevention part of that budget came in with the AHIP package, and maybe that's what's causing some confusion.
But the service package was entirely on tenant support. Did I read that right then?
No, I don't believe there was a package just for tenant supports.
Okay, I guess then the question is, how was that envelope spent? Parts of it was for tenant support. Anything else it was spent? Do you recall?
We'll have to get back to you with those details.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then finally, just around the accountability table. So I understand this is the internal corporate accountability table. Can you just describe how it would intersect with I think there was another table that will be created through the community plan, right?
That's correct. So in terms of accountability, performance measurement, and evaluation work, so this accountability table really is meant as an inward-facing group to make sure that we're doing what we said we would do in this plan. And then taking a step back from that, the corporate plan is meant to articulate our role relative to the community plan. So there are a few recommendations from the draft that you would have seen in May that we will help contribute to in terms of things like data integration, measurement, accountability, and so forth. So our table will feed into sort of the broader work of the community plan.
Okay, that's great. There's a lot of tables. Just wanted to get them all straight. Okay, that's pretty much all of my questions. Thank you very much for the presentation and the report.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you. So I realized instead of having to do a subsequent, I can just make this a point 1 and point 2. So in interest of efficiency, let's move the following. The Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council, number 1, that the Homelessness and Housing Services Plan as set out in Attachment 1 of the June 17th, 2024 Community Services Report be approved. And number 2, that administration work with the province on an exit strategy for all services, programs, and infrastructure related to housing, shelter operations, and mental health/addiction support that are being funded by the City of Edmonton but are the jurisdiction of the Government of Alberta.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce?
Certainly. So point 1 is just the motion in the report, so I don't have anything more to add to that other than, well, I'll speak to it when I speak to it. Point 2, opens up that conversation that I think I feel like we need to have at this point. And I'll probably offer more in the speaking to it, but this is a little bit to Councillor Paquette's question earlier, is that this would just start a conversation around how we're actually going to get to the end state that we need to be. To be clear, in no way would I ever suggest we stop doing anything until there is a clear transition plan, because as we know, truly, if that were to happen, people would lose their lives more so than they already are on the streets based off the lack of action. But I do think it is time for us to get a sense of how the province ultimately is going to take over what is within their jurisdiction. They have told us over and over again, and we have seen legislation introduced in the last month and past that has asked us to stay in our lane. And we are asking our city staff to go above and beyond every single day to do everything possible to try to help fill in the gaps. And we'll keep doing it as long as we need to, but I'd much rather have the order of government who has the legal authority, the financial capacity to take over that responsibility, as has always been the case. So what I'd like to see from number 2, and I heard it from administration, and why I added this as a subsequent, just to be clear, is that I appreciate it is technically within the jurisdiction of this committee to approve a motion like that, but I heard from administration that this might be a significant body of work, and I'd like council to sign off as a whole that we would like that work to be done, because if it's going to take some time and it's going to take some negotiation and some work to figure out what that looks like, I'd like council to, as a whole, say we are comfortable with asking for that action. So that's why I've just added it as a number 2 as part of the recommendation to City Council so that we can all vote on it as a collective. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, just a question to the mover. The province also passed legislation where they kind of want to be sort of the deciders of where federal dollars go. And so would this also factor into this? Like if we can't rely on federal dollars, which we've seen through the report in this, the attachment in this report, that a lot of the money that goes towards this housing and homeless initiative and the way that we address shelters and things like that, a lot of that money actually comes from the federal government as well that we wouldn't be able to count on anymore.
Yeah, it's a great point. If you think back to the summer of 2020 when Council made a pretty significant investment into the construction of permanent supportive housing units, we put in about $30 million at that time. And the feds came to the table with, I believe it was $35 million that allowed us to build the 215 units. Under Bill 18, that type of direct relationship wouldn't be allowed anymore, and then so the feds couldn't just all of a sudden come to the table. They would have to go through the province, and that potentially creates some more challenges. And so, we were able to take the lead on this, but we wouldn't be able to under a Bill 18 as it's currently written.
Yeah, so really this is also getting City of Edmonton in alignment with provincial legislation.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Absolutely.
Okay, great. So that's yeah, okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Just a question for administration on this. So I know, as Councillor Knack mentioned, we're asking a lot of administration looking at sort of our structural budget challenges. Does this type of work, does that second part of the motion help that work by, again, maybe finding strategies to decrease some of the financial pressures on the city, or does this sort of add additional work when you're already trying to balance some other priorities?
It's certainly an extensive amount of work, I think, to have these conversations. That said, we do have, as we noted, we have great relationships with our administrative partners at other orders of government, and we are in constant conversations with them about whether it be affordable housing, whether it be supportive housing, whether it be services that are happening in the community, and where might there be ability or appetite to stand in on those. So it's not like we don't have those conversations. We certainly haven't been stepping in to fund things that there was readiness to be funding at other orders of government. Again, we can certainly, at the direction of council, have those conversations again.
Okay, that's very helpful. And then just for absolute clarity, would point to result in other work not happening, or as you say, this would be concurrent with the existing work that's ongoing?
Well, our teams are small and mighty, and so we will prioritize the work, and some things will naturally slow.
Do we have a sense of what those things may be?
Not yet. This is just in front of us, so we definitely have to step back and look at what we've got coming up and how to reprioritize accordingly.
Okay, and this is coming to council. Is that correct? To the mover?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and do you think if we sort of had some information at council at a very high level, again, about what the trade-offs may be, that I think it's really worthwhile, and then that could potentially just give us a sense of, what else might we be losing, and does this still rise to the top? Would that be your intent?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and recognizing we've been doing a lot outside of our jurisdiction, maybe some of the things that we slow down are things outside of our jurisdiction, so we can better have that conversation.
Right.
Appreciating that's what they've been doing so much of.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. No further questions. Appreciate you bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps to the mover, the corporate plan is a report that's really consolidating city's role, clarifying our responsibilities. And then this report is about us getting out of a lot of that. Are you worried at all about contradicting the corporate plan?
In the short term, no, because I think until we have that conversation, somebody's got to do that work, and unsurprisingly, that will continue to be the City of Edmonton. So I think it's good to have it on the books, but appreciating that if we finally get to a point where the province says, yeah, these are the things we're going to take over, I would want us to then reevaluate the corporate plan and make sure it's better aligned with what we should be doing.
And I'm just, because they could also say, no, we don't want to have this conversation.
Yep.
To the member, yeah.
They
Yeah,
could.
so that certainly is a possibility, but we don't know unless we ask.
That's it. I think we've sort of tiptoed around it for years, and maybe we just need to be a little more direct in our ask and making sure that we're all understanding each other.
Okay. And then just, I guess, to administration, I mean, obviously, that is an option too. That we may have a motion on the table here, but in the end, if the conversation, it requires two parties, and if one party doesn't want to entertain this kind of conversation, that is a potential outcome. But another potential outcome is a bit of in good faith conversation about what it will look like to quote unquote exit.
Yeah, I would say that this conversation will be typical of any order-to-order government conversation. The province complains that the feds download to them. The municipalities complain to the province that they download to them. So this is familiar territory, and I think we have probably a fairly good sense of how that conversation will go, but we are happy to have it and see where it goes.
Okay, glad to hear it's familiar territory. Oh.
I would also perhaps just note that a number of the funding items that we have here in this report are actually shared funding. So, for example, we get funding from the province for FCSS, and we make a contribution to that, which allows us to provide services in preventative services or provide supports. Also, with our housing, often, as we've noted, our success in getting affordable and supportive housing in the city has been somewhat dependent on the city being first funder in, allowing us to leverage funding from other orders of government. So we'd ensure that we include those nuances in that exploration.
Fair enough. And you mentioned FCSS, but my understanding is that the City of Edmonton has been putting in required of the like the proportion of the municipal contribution. We've been going above and beyond.
That's right, and that's not a sort of decision to dedicate above and beyond, simply that the work that we do here at the City of Edmonton, much of it qualifies for FCSS and qualifies as our contribution towards it.
Yeah, so I think I see like when the exit, for example, it might just mean kind of readjusting that contribution. I don't know. Okay, anyways, appreciate all that. Just wanted to make sure that your team is also comfortable with this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Chair Principe. Just to stay that line of the question, and then, so if we approve the plan right now, and then we have conversation, just wondering, and then, is there any timeline conflicting? And for example, I'm thinking if we start to have that conversation, and that conversation may result in different outcomes, that outcomes could reflect in our report. So if we approve the plan first, and then we have conversation, and then that means we have to come back based on conversation, the outcome of the conversation, to change the plan, to update the plan. So I just want to get some sense from you in terms of the working that serious time between the proof plan and the conversation.
There are no funding requests associated with this plan, so I don't have any concerns.
So we can approve plan first, no problem, and then we'll have conversation, and then we can update the plan later.
That's correct.
Okay, that's only my question. Thank you very much. I want to thank you. All the great work has been done and reflected in this report and all the attachment as well.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette?
Just to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
I'm so sorry, just a last question in terms of recommending this plan for approval. On 7.2, so it does say in the plan where we would identify a funding source to make the hygiene hubs permanent infrastructure. Again, just wanting to understand that there will be exploration of different approaches. You know, for example, I'm thinking of Bissell Center, they have laundry, they have showers. Do we fund them differently? Do we use our rec centers differently? Like, is there going to be some exploration of that? I'm just wanting to ensure that we're not setting up expectations in terms of a hygiene hub permanent fund coming forward in the fall, for example? Or is that the expectation if we approve this?
I think that we would assume that we would give a funding, a service package for council to consider in fall.
Okay. And would we look at some of those other options in the meantime in terms of, again, does it make sense for us to be operating this? Does it make sense for us to be?
We can certainly explore the capacity and interest of other social agencies and partners to determine if they're willing to take this on.
Yeah, again, I just think about us. So I appreciate the discussion about, you know, if the conversation that comes from point 2 leads to a different approach, then we amend the plan. But if in the meantime we've approved a funding package, I'm just trying to line that up in terms of how we make the best decision at the best time. But I guess I'll just leave it there, and I think that's a tension we can work through, I guess, as it comes forward, potentially in the fall. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing any more questions, so we'll move on to speaking to this. Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So the City of Edmonton spends an outsized amount of property tax dollars on the homelessness response in comparison to other municipalities. Our partners are very efficient with those dollars. But the simple fact is that according to the data collected, the province is simply not stepping up the way that they should if we compare those actions to other provinces. Neither equitably with the investments they make in, say, Calgary compared to Edmonton, nor as a function of investing the necessary dollars required to virtually end homelessness for those looking to get off the streets. Whatever plan is coming from the province, if it's not a plan to virtually end homelessness within a stated specific time with the prerequisite amount of dollars required for that, then I don't know what the purpose of it is. So with point 2 in this motion that will go to council, I think that these are the very important questions to ask, because no municipality can do this on their own. And Edmonton does it more on their own than any of our comparators. And the more we do it, the more the public thinks that it is the city responsibility and the city is failing. When in point of fact, as we have said over and over again, this is clearly a provincial responsibility to fund these programs, social services, and the city's responsibility is simply to be an enabler of those efforts, to be a helper, which we're willing to do, but not the primary or even secondary funder of these things. Now, the province has also passed recent legislation which takes a lot of those decisions out of our hands, quite frankly, and we have nowhere else to put that except at the provincial level. And that includes the fact that we've got a large Indigenous population of folks who are suffering. And so that really should be a provincial federal conversation about the responsibility of these levels of government for the people in our streets who are Indigenous, and for the Indigenous people in our streets who may not have a status card, who may not carry a Métis card. Where does the municipality fit into this? Legally, nowhere. Morally, yes, which is why we do what we do. But the law and the legislation, the Constitution and the province's own legislation clearly indicate that they have primary responsibility There is no question about that. There is no doubt about that. So when people look at municipalities like Edmonton with these issues in our streets, they can rightly identify the correct level of government that is not doing their job. So I am absolutely in favor of this because it is costing a lot of property tax dollars. If we took away that responsibility and put it in the provincial hands where it should be, our tax rate would be much lower this year and every year because we have stepped up because it's been necessary. But that's a really poor way to do governance, a poor way to do business. And it's definitely not serving the people in our streets because we cannot do the same job. We don't have healthcare authority. We don't have housing authority. Places like Toronto and Hamilton do. Ottawa, we don't. And with a provincial government that wants all funding to go through them, that's fine. Then they can also look at where we are expending dollars and right-size that. And if they say no, we're not interested in having this conversation, that's a story in and of itself. If they are content to have Edmonton taxpayers foot the bill for the job they should be doing, that is a story in and of itself. And that will be loud and clear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I wanted to start by thanking the team for the great work that they did in providing such a clear picture of how the city is currently involved in addressing houselessness and the way we can move forward from here. And I think that clarity has raised a lot of questions for us, and it's led to a really healthy conversation. I was really impressed in the report, just reflecting on the myriad ways that the city supports houselessness prevention. The point around transit, not only the low-income passes, but also just generally providing affordability, reducing pressure on household budgets, I think is really powerful and something that we can think about, that there's both, direct investments that we make in housing, but also these other ways that we make life more affordable for Edmontonians. I think the report also highlighted how every staff member, or like many, many, many staff members at the City of Edmonton, have a role to play. It was really heartening to hear the eagerness of different business areas wanting to support these efforts and looking for resources to help them do that. I'm really, really pleased that the social development team is planning to step up to support them in that, and really appreciate every city staff member that will be working towards us achieving our goals. Really orienting ourselves towards those housing outcomes in all interactions that we have with people experiencing houselessness is really powerful, and I look forward to seeing how that plays out in some of the other work that we've referenced today, like the public spaces bylaw. And knowing that the coordination of our resources is going to be even greater, to have an even greater impact, is also very exciting. I think, this conversation really turned into one around jurisdiction, which is an incredibly important one. I don't want it to detract from the 3 goals that are set out. I think they are incredibly solid. They really resonate, and I think, are exactly what we should be working on as a city. I think when we kind of layer that jurisdictional conversation over top of this, I think for me, it's just thinking, continuing to evolve our thinking about the different roles that we can play in under each of those goals. So for example, how do we contribute to these goals through advocates, for advocating for the necessary investments to be made from other orders of government. So I don't think the goals change. I think, again, we can continue to evolve the different roles that we play. I'm gonna talk on the hygiene hub, because again, this is something that I see such value of. It's been literally a lifesaver and a critical response that the city has provided. I'm really glad that the city stepped up to do this. I think we've just been having a lot of conversations about our core services, and I'm still just not quite sure how that fits or how that lands. again, this is something that's needed in our community. I don't want to detract from that in any way. It is needed, and I want to see it happen. And for me, it's just thinking through really creatively, how could we make use of some of our existing facilities, for example? We do have rec centers across the city that have, shower facilities. So maybe using existing facilities in new ways, and also working with our community partners who, instead of just offering a shower and laundry service, may actually also have those on-site supports. I'm thinking of Bissell Center in particular, who have those facilities but aren't able to make them available to the community for as many hours as they're needed. So what is the best way that we can help this service come to and remain in the city? And again, just reflecting back again on the appropriate roles for us to be playing at these different intervention points. But again, really, really appreciate the work of the team, appreciate the audit that led to this work coming forward. I think it adds a lot of value, and again, appreciate all the great work.
Councillor Tang?
Thank you. Yeah, I think this corporate plan is, even though it's directed through an audit, but I think it's actually really necessary for clarity. And I think in the past, homelessness feels such a jumble of nebulous, a lot of complexity. How do you detangle that? But I think through the consecutive community plan and now this corporate plan, I actually feel there's been a lot more clarity and around roles and responsibility. And so thank you to the team in really formulating that and laying that out. My biggest takeaway from this is how much time and effort and resource we're spending on homelessness response versus prevention and resolution. And I think that's a really unsustainable place to be. Maybe I'll just share a few, I guess, concerns that I'm flagging now. At the start, some of the language and consistency. I think it's good to get all of our corporate departments consistent. I think that's great. I think the gap I continue to see is more consistency with within the ecosystem, with other orders of government. This was brought to my attention a while ago, and I'm actually surprised that between the province and the city, we don't always speak the same language. I am a bit worried about some of the recommendations here that do get us further out of our lane. And I know that they're going to be coming forward for council to decide. But given part 2 of this motion on the table, I would just really highly caution that. I'm very wary about spending time and resource and further expanding our role rather than focusing. And thirdly, I think we may come across some additional tensions and contradictions with existing work that is happening at the city, given the intent laid out in this corporate plan that I have flagged earlier. All in all, I think this corporate plan is very complementary to the community plan. I recognize it's very inward facing, very corporately focused. It's about realigning priorities across different program areas, different departments to best leverage the resources available. And yes, still we're hearing that there will be more service packages coming, despite the fact that we've spent millions more already this year compared to last year. And 90 million versus 73 million. So before I think getting to that place of asking for new money, I would just, how have we tried asking folks on the ground with creative solutions first within existing resources. And then I guess, finally, I think whatever plan we do, whether it's corporate, it's community, I still hope that we can always ground our thinking, our conversations always in the lived experience. I think that's where the expertise is. That's what should drive our actions and strategies. I hope the conversation will prove me wrong. I don't have a ton of hope for this intergovernmental piece. But I just think, this is our single biggest issue facing our city, like many cities across Canada, across the world. We do what we can. We can only do the best that we can. If it gets us somewhere where we can have a bit of an exit strategy that can reprioritize and refocus our resources on core services, great. And I appreciate, Councillor Knack mentioning that this doesn't mean we withdraw from everything, because there are lives at risk here. But all in all, I'm not particularly hopeful, and I hope to be proven wrong. Thank you.
So we are at 3:31. Clerk Karbashewski, is it okay if we extend orders to complete the agenda?
That would be in order if you extended orders.
Okay. So I don't think we need to vote on it, just with my colleagues. Are you okay with that? Yeah, it looks like we're okay with that. So let's continue on. Councillor Knack?
I'm to close, so everyone else is good? Okay. Well, thanks, Councillor Principe. So again, I'll start by first, similar to everyone else, just thanking everyone in administration for the work on this. The report was outstanding. Really appreciated the numbers, appreciated the plan. Full support of that. So like I'm all good with this work that you put forward and how that sort of closes the loop on the audit. So I'll just spend a little more time on point 2 then. And I've been thinking, I didn't even have this motion written until partway through the questions, and it just hit me again. It's just like, I feel like I'm stuck having the same conversation over and over and over again. We got folks in the room, in the audience, who are doing this work each and every day, and I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel, frankly. And so that's sort of what sparked me of wanting to have that point 2, of just to say, like, how do we get there? Because I don't see it right now. And I can't, I almost can't blame any of the provincial governments for the last 10 years, because it's like, when you got a municipality paying for everything, why who wants to be like, well, hey, let us take that back from you. We'll start paying for it. I sort of can't blame them for not. And that's from the PCs, the NDP and the UCP. Like, I've been working with all three. But I think what really sort of jumped at me, and where I feel like we need to really dig into this conversation, have a real honest and frank conversation, actually comes back, and I see our representatives from Bissell, and I think about Bissell and Boyle and how it was, this winter, we had the question around the day shelter spaces. And like, every one of us at this table wanted to fund $6.5 million so that they could do that work. But we already increased taxes by 9%. And unsurprisingly, people aren't really excited about that. And so to ask for another $6.5 million on top of the $90 million we did last year and the $70 million we did last year, the year before that, and the hundreds of millions we've literally put in the last 10 years, like, we're just at this imperfect place. And Min's doing everything they can to like navigate this and try to find money for different things and doing these work. And we got community going out of their way to try to find money in every single pocket. And like, there's just no coordination. I'm just worried, frankly, I would never see an end to this. So I actually do think that, I'm going to be a little more optimistic than Councillor Paquette and say, I don't see why the province wouldn't want to have this conversation outside of the money piece. But from a jurisdiction perspective, why wouldn't they want to have clarity so all of us be able to come together and say, this is a goal? Because, like, we've talked about it, everyone at this table, Councillor Paquette and I have talked about it a lot, is that with the amount they have sitting in just this year's surplus alone, homelessness could be ended in this province within 5 years, if they wanted to. And like, so why not? Like, wouldn't that be amazing to get there? But we can't do it ourselves right now, and no matter how hard we work and no matter how many great plans that come from administration, it's just we don't have the legal authority, we don't have the financial authority, and yeah, I think what I have found is that we've done such a good job trying to fill in all of these gaps over the last decade that everyone thinks it's our responsibility. And then they're mad, understandably, when folks are not getting the help they need. But I think it's been really prevalent the last 2 years. I know we've seen this in every one of our wards now, is that what used to be a challenge primarily in the downtown core, maybe on the south side core a bit, has stretched out to every single part of the city. I was in the very west end at about 223rd Street on Saturday morning, going through a walk through a forested area with someone, and there were encampments there, just off Stony Plain Road and 224th or 3rd Street. 2 years ago, that would have never been a reality, and it is now. Things have gotten worse, not because of the work of anyone in this room. In fact, the reason they haven't got worse is because of all of the work here. We've managed to hold back and sort of stand as that final line, but we need a new system. And just sort of continuing to ask for these one-offs isn't working anymore. And I kept going back, do we need to take over responsibility of this? Well, I would only do that if we saw all of the associated resources then flow in so that the staff don't have to do everything. But I actually think it just makes more sense for the order of government that's always been responsible to jump on board. And so I really want to have that conversation. Hope we can make some progress and develop a clear plan so that everyone knows how quickly we can end this with a plan in place. So thank you.
And thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. All right. Next, responses to councillor inquiries, none. Private reports dealt with. Motions pending, none. Notices of motion and motions without customary notice. Councillor Paquette?
Yes. I would move that committee waive the rules on providing notice of motion as set out in section 32 of bylaw 18155, council procedures bylaw, to allow councillor Knack to make a motion without notice regarding adjustments to the 2024 committee calendar, and that a special community and public services committee meeting. Oh, wait, nope. Oh, I got it. Well, it's a one and two. Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
It's the 1-2
Thank
punch.
you.
All right, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Knack?
And then I will move that a special Community and Public Services Committee meeting be held on Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024 from 8 a.m. to 8:15 a.m. for the voting of chair and vice chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
I actually have one question.
Oh,
so that
sorry.
means that this committee, as structured with all of us here, sitting on committee, will no longer be us. It'll be a new batch of councillors.
Was that actually a question?
Yeah,
Well,
correct.
Just confirm it for the people listening at home.
Correct.
Thanks.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
And please display the vote. And that has carried. And before I call adjournment, I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you very much to my colleagues, to administration, to city clerk. I could not have done this without you. And to my colleagues who supported me in being chair. I really, truly appreciate it. It was an honor. Thank you.
You did an amazing job.
We are adjourned.